Welcome to my tutorial for Vanquish on God Hard mode. Yeah, and this is going to be, I'm going to try to cover in detail everything that I do to beat this mode. And I'm going to try to do the commentary within a few days of when I actually complete the segments. Unlike my tutorial for God Hand on the hardest setting, I did that probably like a year later or something like that, so it wasn't all fresh in my head. So this time I decided I would, since I plan on completing this game, I decided to do it while it's current. To unlock God Hard difficulty, if you don't want to play through normal to unlock it, just rotate the right analog stick 20 times in either direction and you'll get it. Also, the weapons I'm going to recommend having are the laser cannon and the anti-armor pistol. The shotgun is optional, but I recommend having those three weapons in your loadout for this for these upcoming parts. The way you do that, there's a weapon rack at this beginning section here. And if you grab the weapons you want, you can even die, and it'll always keep your loadout. So you can grab whatever weapons you want, die, and you'll have those weapons in your loadout when you respawn. So that's a very useful tip for the entire game. But yeah, I recommend that loadout of weapons for the strategies that I'm going to be using. I'm just going to be detailing the strategies that I use to beat the game. That's really all this is going to be. If I am aware of some other strategies, I will try to mention or detail those as well, but I'm mostly just going to be covering what I did. It's really just my playthrough of the game. You know, this is my second playthrough through God Hard mode. I beat it about 11 years ago. And everything else is really basically nothing compared to what you're going to face on the final bosses. Look at it as the game starts when you get to the last bosses. As far as the difficulty goes, there's going to be there's maybe 3 or 4 very hard parts, but even those pale in comparison to what happens when you get to the final bosses. When I got to the final bosses, I believe a rough estimate, it probably took me anywhere from 10 to 20 hours just to beat that first checkpoint on the final bosses. And of course, once you beat that first checkpoint, the rest is not that hard, but it's that first checkpoint that was a brick wall. I actually took 2 months off from the game and went back to it 2 months later to beat that part because it was just, I wasn't expecting that kind of spike in difficulty. It was definitely shocking. So keep that in mind. Don't get too excited as you approach the end of the game. Just keep in mind that the real challenge is going to begin when you get to those final bosses. Don't underplay that. Otherwise, you're probably going to get burned out when you get there and realize that it's so fucking hard. Most players didn't complete the game on God Hard mode because when I looked on the leaderboards back then, there was only about 80 or 90 people that had actually completed that final act, that part of the final act where the game ends. Whereas you had thousands and thousands of people who completed the other parts on the God Hard difficulty, but not that final. So it was kind of like a very small group of people who even completed the game. So it definitely shows. I mean, there wasn't really much of any videos back then of God Hard mode being completed. But then again, I didn't have capture capabilities either back then when I beat it. But even now, I don't think there's any God Hard tutorials up, so I thought that I would finally do this. I've been wanting to make a tutorial of this game since 2016 when I got capture capabilities. So yeah, the game does not really start. The first challenging checkpoint doesn't start until right around here. So there really wasn't much else to say. I'm not going to be going over a lot of the basic controls because you probably would have wanted to have beaten normal at least before you try God Hard, to at least be familiar with how the game works. Now, I started on God Hard with no practice on normal this time because, I'm fucking stubborn and I just wanted to get back into the game and do my God Hard run. Though I have beaten the game several times throughout the years, but I'm not, I had to relearn the controls pretty much. I'm not that familiar with the game. I play through a lot of games and this one, all the controls didn't stick in my head, so I had to get it back in my muscle memory again. I will be explaining some of the more detailed mechanics later on, for sure. But for now, my strategy for this was ignore all the enemies here except for the large robots. Those are called Romanovs. They're large mechs. And if you've beaten normal, you've already dealt with them, obviously. But for these Romanovs, the large mechs, you want to take them out first using the laser cannon from a very far distance. Now, if you're playing the Xbox 360 or PS3 version, you do have to download these weapons for $5. I don't know if it's still available on the Xbox Live Store. But if you're playing the remastered version that I'm playing here on Xbox One, it comes with Bayonetta. If you're playing that version, the game already comes default with these weapons. So the anti-armor pistol, the boost machine gun, and the laser cannon will all be already just in the game, implemented naturally. So you'll just find them as regular pickups. So yeah, take out these Romanovs first from a distance. Just use your laser cannon. The smaller enemies with the turrets and everything can't really reach you from over here, and the grenades can't reach you. So do as much damage as you can to these Romanov mechs. That should be your first priority. And then we're going to clean up some of the loose enemies and just take our time. It's a very patient method, but much easier than getting in the mist. This is what I ended up doing. Now, if they get close, this is when it's good to have your shotgun that I was recommending to have. You know, it's optional, but the shotgun is great for taking out these guys when they start getting close. You can really move them back. Now, the way to make them stagger backwards is to shoot them in the head. Direct headshots will stagger them backwards, and it'll give you time to then combo them. You can chain combos and keep shooting them in the head and keep staggering them, and they'll have trouble getting out of it. But you got to land a headshot each time to continually stagger them. So you can do that with blind firing, where you don't aim and you just use the blind fire with no aiming, just fire. You can do it that way. You do aim with blind fire, you just can't do a focused aim. But you can hit them in the head with that. Or you can pop out briefly and just pop a shot on their head. Now, I don't use slow motion a hell of a lot on this first act. The AR mode where you go into slow motion, a lot of times I rely on cover and just taking my time with shots when I can and trying to find opportune spots to hang out and shoot enemies. But sometimes that's not an option. A lot of times you do have to get in the midst of things and fight it out. So you have to be good at reacting and changing your priorities quickly and adapting in the moment. But there's a lot of tricks and techniques that I find to be able to exploit the AI. Like you see, I'm still sitting back here and the grenades can't get to me. Now, I may get shot occasionally by like a sniper or something like that, but for the most part, this is pretty relaxed once you get rid of the Romanovs. Another trick, not really a trick, but if the Romanovs do get past that wall that we were taking cover at in the beginning of this checkpoint, if they're able to push past that wall and go around and they start attacking you, you can go back down the stairs again. And from that point, you can start shooting up at them through the hand railings and taking snipes at them that way. But sometimes they will even come down in that area down below the stairs, and they'll come and they'll get aggressive. And you'll just have to keep moving backward and use the covers and just try to take shots at them and push them back. If you ever need to push them back or stun them, go for a headshot with either the anti-armor pistol or the shotgun. Both will stun them if you shoot them in the head with either weapon. The laser cannon doesn't tend to really stun them, but it will. If you can put it on their head, you'll damage them a lot. But the best way to damage the Romanovs is actually to shoot them in that red glowing part on their back. That does the most damage. But it's hard to hit when they're charging at you. So it's something to keep in mind if you see it available. Shoot at it. You can also kill, in the beginning of this fight, I killed one of the Romanovs nearly instantly because I shot it in such a way, I think it had an explosive backpack with gas tanks on its back, and I think I shot the gas tanks and killed it that way. So when you see that, take advantage of that and try to take them out immediately by taking out that part of their back. You can also do massive damage to some of the later Romanovs that launch missiles from their back by shooting the missile. As they're crouched down, they will launch a missile out of their back. If you shoot it, you will massively damage them, but that's a little later. Now, as you see, I just cleaned up these guys from a distance. There wasn't much to explain there. Once the Romanovs were gone, I stayed back and cleaned out all the regular enemies with the laser cannon. The great thing about the laser cannon is it has unlimited ammo. It doesn't waste any ammo at all. Use a stun grenade and just slide through all these enemies. Use your stun grenade, slide through the enemies, and get back here. Now, initially, I thought maybe I could leave the area. So that's why I was going to the console and fucking around over here. But you can't leave. You have to kill all the enemies. So now that you're back here, you have a very, very opportune spot to snipe out all the enemies very easily with no difficulty. So, as I was saying about the laser cannon, it has infinite ammo. So you can snipe enemies. It has an extremely long range. Now, try to always drag it on their head of the enemies because that kills the soldiers super fast if you melt their heads. You can kind of just hold it as it's firing and just drag it over on their head. You don't even really need to be very fast with getting it on their head, because as you drag it, you can just kind of drag it up there slowly to their head and take them out. You'll get used to it. I'm able to take out enemies very quickly with headshots with that laser weapon. I used it even in close range. But now that may not be a lot of people's preferred style of play. That's just something I like to do when I'm playing. But, as always, this is going to be just a general guide. It'll give you some ideas of some alternative strategies, because I usually find some strange and unusual strategies and exploits when I play games. So to give you an idea of some different things to try, but you may want to watch other videos, try other strategies, and mix your own playstyle in for, best results. Something that, to match your playstyle the best, you want to use everything that goes well with it, Some of the stuff that I do is not going to complement your playstyle, so, just modify it. So yeah, the laser cannon has unlimited ammo because it uses your AR bar, which is the bar you use for your slow motion and your shields. And I'm not going to go too much into that because that's kind of like the basics that you learn when you play through the game on normal. Now, like I said, if you want to, you can unlock God Hard right away like I did. I started on God Hard, but of course I've beaten the game 11 years ago on God Hard. But, didn't remember much of the details. But you can start it on God Hard by rotating I think it's the right analog stick 20 times in either direction. You can unlock God Hard right away. So you can do that if you want. And then if you've never played the game before, it's a really bad idea because then you're not going to be familiar with the controls. But you can do the tutorial, which will give you the basics. I do recommend playing the tutorial to understand how the different mechanics work, the basics. I edited the tutorial out. I actually did the tutorial because I forgot how to play the game. But I recommend doing it if you haven't already. Now, for this part, get on the turret. You can take out this whole mob of enemies right before they can even get out of the spaceship. Then you'll just have this one group to deal with instead of having, twice as many enemies to deal with. And I was able to take them out pretty quick with the turret. Very easy. This is not a challenging part. But yeah, you can wipe most of them out immediately as soon as they're coming out of that transport unit. But yeah, the laser cannon is amazing because of that infinite ammo pretty much. I mean, it's not the most powerful weapon, and it leaves you vulnerable since it drains your shield energy, but once you know how to use it well, you can take your time and get back really far and just snipe shit out. And I also like the anti-armor pistol because it does have limited ammo, but it does decent damage, and it'll headshot a lot of enemies and blow their heads off. So now, this is the first boss. This part is tough. What I did here is a very aggressive method of using laser cannon on his red glowing core on his head and switching the turret immediately, draining that, then switching off again to the laser cannon. I just keep alternating between laser cannon and turret very quickly, as you notice. And you want to use your rolls to get to the turret and stuff, because the rolls give you invincibility frames, which is something I was going to explain a little later. But it's, now once you take out this red core on his head, you've defeated the first form. You can do it very fast if you use that method that I just used. That's the way I ended up liking to do it. Now, whenever he does this shit, just hold down the roll button and just keep rolling. Make sure you don't roll against the wall. Just keep rolling left and right, any direction. But you don't really want to roll up against the wall where the missiles can kind of just all group into you. But just, all you do is hold down roll. You'll keep rolling, and it'll give you enough invincibility frames not to get hit by that at all, as long as you're continually rolling. Now, for this, you want to start taking off his arms. So just use the turret and take out whatever arms you can. I like taking out this closer one first. Once you take off an arm, it leaves him vulnerable. His red spot will come up again. That's his weakness that you have to hit. Use the turret to continue damaging that red spot. Get some decent damage. Now he's going to kneel down further with some electric fields. Try to get in and use your laser cannon. Dodge as you need to for the electricity. But if your laser cannon is out, then switch quickly to the heavy machine gun and use that. I have the heavy machine gun, actually. I picked it up because it is useful sometimes, but I didn't use it much for this fight. Mostly use the laser cannon and the turrets until the turrets were destroyed. Eventually the turrets do get destroyed, or they run out of ammo. But yeah, now destroy the other arm. Just be aware of his various attacks and keep rolling. Now see, this large attack will kill you instantly, so just get away from it. Now I was shooting him in the chest while he did that, and it doesn't do any damage, so don't bother doing that. So when you get a chance, focus on taking out his other arm. You just need to learn how to dodge his attacks so you can stay alive, obviously. Mostly rolling will get you through most of his attacks, like constantly rolling away from wherever his attacks are, because he has only a few attacks. But they can be very dangerous. So yeah, take out this other arm. When he does the sweeping laser, just keep rolling out of the way. You can roll through it as well. You can also use the walls for some of his laser attacks so that the laser can't reach you. It gets, the wall will block it off. Now you have a little quick time event where you have to rotate the analog stick to shove the missile back in. I think you can fail this and it doesn't really matter too much. But maybe you need to do it to destroy his arm fully. I'm not sure. I have failed it before because when I first got to it, I forgot that you had to rotate the analogs. But yeah, same thing here. See, the shotgun doesn't really do shit on this core, so it's kind of useless here. So I ended up not using it for this boss. I like the laser cannon better. Now, all that's really left to take out is his head, now that both arms are destroyed. So just keep rolling. When he does that, you want to constantly roll when he does that missile swarm attack. Things get very intense here, and I almost fucked it up. You die very fast on this mode. I, of course, can't use my laser cannon when my my AR bar is drained, my shield bar. So my only option here would be to try to take heavy machine gun shots at him. But if I get hit, I would just be dead. So I'm just trying to recover my my full shields back again before I start fighting him again. So if you get in trouble like that and the screen's flashing red, just roll around until you get all your shields back. Because if you try to get greedy and take shots at him too soon, you'll just die very fast without your shields. Now, as of the recording of this commentary, I haven't defeated the last bosses again for the second time. I'm actually on the second act now as I record this video, but I'm considering a few different strategies this time instead of being super stubborn. I did a crazy method on the final bosses when I first beat it. It was an insane method that was super dangerous. It involved a combo of melee attack, rocket, and stun grenade. It was actually stun grenade, melee attack, and then 2 rockets. But whenever I did that on one of the bogies, one of the final bosses, it would leave me extremely vulnerable with no shields, pretty much resulting in instant death if even a pellet touched me. And the bosses are swarming you from multiple angles. So, yeah, very risky technique. I did eventually manage to grind it out and pull it off, but it probably took me a lot longer than it may have taken if I tried some different strategies. I was very stubborn with that method. But I can't say yet what strategy I'm going to end up using in this tutorial when I do complete it again. It'll be interesting to see. Also, my friend the Ripper 999 beat this game back then too, along with me when we were both playing around the same time. And he's actually recording footage of it now too. He's actually playing through God Hard a second time, or actually a third time because he did it twice. He did it once, recently. And now he's doing it again because he wanted to refine it. But he also beat it once in the past. So I guess this is his third time playing through it. And he may put up a tutorial for his tactics as well. So it'll be interesting. There should be, at least my tutorial will be up. And his may be up as well. So there'll at least be a few playthroughs that have commentary on them. So yeah. After you defeat this, there's going to be some parts that are not going to be too hard. The game only has a handful of extreme parts, luckily. It's a very bizarre pacing with the difficulty. There's only a handful of extreme parts. The ones that come to mind are what I call the hill, where you have to climb up a hill, and it's infinitely respawning enemies. That's extremely difficult. But you can use stun grenades to try to bypass all the enemies, but it's still extremely, extremely difficult. So there's that. Then there's a scene with 3 drill bots, I believe, and snipers on a hill. They're up at the top of an area. Very hard to reach. That's an insanely difficult part. Very, very hard. Maybe I shouldn't say insanely difficult, but it's pretty brutal. I guess the part that's insanely difficult is the final bosses. Like I said, that's way harder than anything else you've encountered in the game. And it's one of the hardest parts I've ever beaten in a game, period. And I've done... I did some pretty high scoring with Ninja Gaiden Black with Master Ninja on the mission mode. The second Alma fight on Master Ninja with no healing was probably in that range of difficulty. This might even be harder than that. It's extreme. So keep that in mind. Don't be surprised when you get to the last boss and you feel like you can't do anything. It can totally kill your run. It's going to take... a lot more patience and persistence and a lot more skill than it's going to require to just beat the regular parts of the game on this mode. So, beating some of the harder parts in this mode is definitely something that takes some skill for sure. But, beating those two bosses is what's going to be separating, it's going to separate your skill level and your patience. It's definitely going to test it. So here I used the laser cannon to take out a lot of these enemies as I was approaching. I wasn't playing very, I was playing more aggressively because this part's not hard for me. Because I can kind of just melt their heads off as I'm moving forward. I also kind of, memorized the spawns because I died several times, so I memorized where some of the enemies were going to spawn at. So it didn't take me too long to get this part down. And then the Romanov, it's just only one Romanov, and you can take him out from a distance. Just take your time. Occasionally you're going to get hit by a missile like that, and then just take cover by one of the walls, You have various areas where you could kind of hang out in the back and shoot at him. You don't have to go to this particular area, but he's not going to get to you if you hang out over here and just shoot at him. You can refill some heavy machine gun ammo if you happen to grab that weapon for the boss fight. You really didn't need it for the first boss, but I ended up grabbing it. I don't have my anti-armor pistol, which I would have rather had that than the heavy machine gun for later parts. So, if you still have that, then that's good to have. Because it doesn't appear that often as a pickup. Some of the weapons don't appear that often, even though it's somewhat random on some of the chests. With the weapon pickups, some of them don't appear too often, like the anti-armor pistol. I don't find too often. So, you don't always want to trade out some of those downloadable weapons like the laser cannon, the anti-armor pistol. Certain weapons you don't really want to swap out because, you may think you're going to get the anti-armor pistol back in the next area, but you won't. So you want to be careful sometimes with switching out weapons that you really like. But it's okay. I mean, the heavy machine gun is decent enough. I can do most of I can do most everything with the laser cannon. It's not really intended for that. It's more of a sniper weapon, but once you get used to it, you can use it at close range. It's dangerous because if your armor gets depleted, you can't fire it. You got to be very careful with it. But what I like to do with the laser cannon is I constantly tap the fire button while aiming it, and what that does is that spins the barrel. And by spinning the barrel, you make it so that you'll be able to fire quickly when you're ready to hold it down and fire it. It's kind of like a way to buffer it so that you can fire faster with it. Because otherwise, if you just try to fire real quick with it, it takes a little while to build up the laser. So if you keep hitting the fire button while aiming, you're going to spin the barrel and it's going to be ready sooner to fire. So you'll see me rotating the barrel a lot. And by doing that, you can use it as a close-range weapon. It melts heads. It really fucks shit up. You can kind of just drag it over the heads of the enemies and pop their heads. Small enemies, of course, not like huge enemies. With those, you really want to get farther back. It's not super powerful, but it is if it gets on their heads of the small enemies. It will kill them very fucking fast. See, I drag it on their heads here once I get a moment to recover. Now, I use the stun grenade here, but didn't get a chance to capitalize on it much. Now, you can freely waste all your stun grenades and hand grenades and all your ammo because whenever you die and respawn, you get all your stuff back. So if you get to the next checkpoint and die, you're going to get all your ammo refilled, all your grenades, your weapons. And as I said, whatever weapons that you collect on the field, if you collect a weapon and die, it's still going to be equipped. And it's still going to be in your inventory. So, so you can kind of just make weapon runs sometimes if you want to commit suicide, grab the weapons you want, and then, you can do the checkpoint over with the appropriate weapons. It's something I do a lot. So some of my deaths sometimes will be from committing suicide. Now, the death count on this first phase is not completely accurate because I died for another hour and a half. That's not part of this tutorial. What happened was I played this for an hour and a half, and I got to that first hard checkpoint that I mentioned, that first open battlefield part. Realized how useful the laser cannon was because I was running out of ammo with the regular weapons. Died a lot on that part. And then my friend the Ripper was telling me about how useful the laser cannon was. I had forgotten how much I had used it back then because it's been 11 years. So then I said, you know what, I'll restart the game and get the laser cannon and bring it there. So I brought the laser cannon there. And then once I did that, I was progressing way, way faster. So If you are playing on the Xbox 360 or PS3 version without the downloadable content and you don't want to pay $5 for that, for those weapons, you just want to use the base weapons, this video is not going to be nearly as useful for you, because I'm going to be utilizing those weapons a lot since they're available. So, you will have to modify some of your strategies. Now, once you've rescued those three people from those little torture chambers or whatever they're on, enemies will come out of the door, and all you got to do then is you'll get a checkpoint, so you can fuck it up and redo it and redo the escape sequence. It's not much of a penalty. But you want to use the stun grenade and just slide through them and go through the door. You can skip all those enemies. I try to do that whenever I'm aware of being able to skip anything. So I will try to utilize that, because on God Hard, the less you can fight, the better. If you can skip shit, it will benefit you if you're just trying to beat it. So this is a very, very easy part. Like I was saying with this game, there's a lot of parts that are pretty standard, pretty painless. Once you get into the flow of the game, the basic, get decent at the mechanics. You can cruise through the game pretty painlessly until you get to certain points. Not like completely painlessly, but for these kind of extreme settings, some of these parts really aren't that bad. At least in my opinion. I mean, that's just what I found. I remember when I beat this, I cruised through a lot of the game relatively easily. But then there was just those handful of parts that were extremely difficult. Took, I don't even know how many tries, maybe a few hours for some of those parts each. And of course then the final part, I don't even know how many hours that took days. So I didn't keep track of any of that. But, I would estimate 10 to 20 hours, just a rough estimate. That would be my estimate. I mean, that's what I was thinking back then when I beat it, but like I said, I didn't document it or keep track of it. It was a hell of a fucking relief when I did finally push through. And that's what's going to make this game one of the hardest games on my channel, as far as tutorial, that I've done or playthroughs that I've done, because of those final bosses. It's really, without that, it wouldn't have stood out, that much from something like, Call of Duty 2 on Veteran or something like that, which may even be overall. That's probably even overall harder than this, but this is much harder than Call of Duty 2 Veteran, only because of the final boss. That one checkpoint, there's no way around it. There's no shortcuts. You have to just get fucking good at the game. There's really not much you can do. You can't really exploit anything that I know of. You really just have to get good at it and be able to execute it, quickly. So you really can't get by on any kind of luck or exploits. And I mean, there's definitely other parts like that in the game where, you do have to be good, but you can have, you can have a good strategy that makes things a lot easier on a lot of parts in this game. Even the hardest parts, there's definitely strategies you can use to make it very doable. Finding those strategies is sometimes tough, and it's not always easy to execute them, but, there is at least some solid strategies for those parts, which I'm sure I'm going to be detailing once I play some of those harder parts again. I'm still on the second act as I'm making this tutorial. I'm not going to have any ending sequences on these tutorials as far as thanks for watching and all that shit, because what's going to happen is after I beat this, I'm going to combine all these tutorials into a single playthrough video. So to make the transitions less awkward, I'm just going to record them, with no little final parts like thanks for watching or any of that shit. I'm just going to keep it going, and it's just going to end abruptly, but this will cover the first act, and then the next video will be the whole second act, etc. I'm not going to put out a video until I've completed an entire act. So this is going to be a 5-part tutorial series, and then the only difference is I'm going to combine all 5 parts into a single video, and I'll post that up as well. I'm also going to post up the parts without commentary. I'll post that up in a single video as well without commentary, so you can just hear the sounds of the game. Now, obviously, for this playthrough, I've edited out all the deaths. But you're still going to see death counters and shit like that at the end. So that's going to be pretty accurate, aside from this level. This level, the death counter is going to be, I think it said 73 deaths for this level. Now, that's true on my second, after I reset, I only died maybe 73 times, I believe. But remember, I died for an extra hour and a half, and that didn't get included here because I restarted the game to get the laser cannon. I decided that it would make my life a lot fucking easier to just pick that up, early on. That's why I recommended in the beginning of this video, get that laser cannon. everything I recommend is for a very, very good reason. So, I'd recommend, whatever type of things that I recommend for strategies, I'd recommend following it. If you're trying to follow my methods, then, definitely, pick up those weapons, and, all the little things that I mentioned are for a reason. Some of it seems insignificant, but it can make things a lot smoother later on. So yeah, see, once these Romanovs get here, I have a very tense fight with this guy. But I was able to get him into a stun lock by using a stun grenade and then repeatedly headshotting him. As long as you land a headshot each time, you cannot get out of the stun. You just have to land it with the shotgun each time. Now in God Hard mode, there are no weapon upgrades. See, on normal, you can upgrade your weapons by using them, and I think they get more powerful or various bonuses. But in God Hard mode, your weapons are just default and they don't upgrade, so you don't have to worry about any of that. That's totally stripped out. Now, most of the cutscenes I either cut out completely or I just show them briefly just to show where the transitions are. Because, if you're watching a tutorial, you're gonna kind of base where you're at on where the cutscene transitions are. A lot of times when you're watching a video, you're going to look for that cutscene to see where it ends and where the next transition begins, to give you an idea of where, a lot of stuff looks similar sometimes, so, it gives you an idea when you're scanning through. I think it makes it helpful. Now, for this part, you can kind of sit back yet again. There's not going to be any enemies that are going to be able to aggress your position. These are all easy-ass enemies. Now, if you get close, the turrets will tear you up, but why would you get close when you have the laser cannon? Just take your time by this wall here. Take everything out, and you can move forward at your own pace. You don't have to rush it. There's no timer, so you can utilize that. Yeah, it's fucking nice to finally be doing a tutorial on this game and getting it started. I got a long way to go. Like I said, there's still some extreme parts, and that final boss may take me a very long time to beat. Depends how aggressive I am. I'm playing Gears Tactics on the Xbox Series X and Yakuza Like a Dragon, some other games. I've been kind of just taking my time with this. So some days I may play this for, 30 minutes. I may play it for a few hours. It just varies. I'm trying to play it pretty consistently. I did miss a day yesterday, but I'm trying to play it pretty consistently, so I'm going to keep working on it, so it will get beaten eventually. The last boss is the part that's probably going to take me the longest. I'm not even sure what strategy I'm going to use this time. I may switch it up. I'm thinking of using a shotgun strategy this time, combined with my old strategy, my old stun combo strategy, which is really fucking risky. So yeah, for this part, what you want to do is run up forward to spawn this tank to come out. As soon as the tank arrives, you're going to see a little cutscene. The tank will come out with a bunch of enemies. So all you got to do then is just use your boost mode to just zap back to the beginning of the level, basically. Not the beginning, but where this turret is. Go back to this wall where this turret is, and the tank is going to have a very hard time maneuvering through all this boxes and such. It can get back here, but it's not going to be easy for it to get back here. So it's going to get stuck on shit. So I use that to exploit this part. Now, what I did was very tedious and slow. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a big rush, you're not going to want to use my method. You're going to probably want to do something more aggressive. But, I'm a very exploitative player. I try to exploit shit whenever I can. So I'm always looking for weaknesses in the enemy AI and shit I can exploit. So you're going to see a lot of that kind of shit in my video where it's applicable. Now, if it's not something that I can feasibly do, or if it's really ridiculous to try to exploit, then I may get more aggressive. I kind of adapt to the situation, but I'll start off trying to exploit shit usually. Unless the part is just easy and I don't have to, I can just, get through it relatively painlessly and just be aggressive, then I'll just do that. But if this is a hard part, without exploiting, it's tough. So all you got to do here is shoot the back of the tank. So if you're patient and you use your laser cannon, you can just pop out for a little while and shoot it. Now, when your armor gets low and the screen's flashing, get back into cover, or you'll just instantly die. You will die very fast. But you get used to doing that. If you've been playing this game on this mode, or in general, you know that if you stay out of cover for even a split second when your health is low, there's a good chance that you're just going to die. So that's nothing new. So you should be used to doing pop shots by this point. There's a lot of that in this game. So just pop out when you have a chance and take your time. Don't get greedy with it and try to get extra shots in. Wait till his ass is facing you and you got that nice red fucking thing to shoot at, and just unleash on it. Throw your grenades. You can throw your stun grenades, all your shit at it. because you're going to get a refill after this anyway, because after this is a checkpoint. So you can waste all your shit up, whatever guns you want to use on it. But I like using the laser cannon because eventually it gets it down. It just takes a long time. You see, this is another minute left on this, so it does take a while. It's not that long, though. Now you're going to see on the real first boss of this level, it's just a single bogey. See, the final boss is 2 bogies. They're called bogies, but they're flying guys. So you're going to see with the single bogey, the actual first boss of this act, I do a very, very tedious method. I really didn't. I was actually kind of fucking myself over. I probably should have learned how to fight him better when there's just a single bogey, because later on I'm gonna have to deal with 2 at the same time again for the final bosses. So I probably should have practiced more on that. But the good thing about this game is you can always select checkpoints if you want to practice and go back to specific sections in the mission select menu. The game is great like that. So. But you're going to see a very tedious method on the first boss of this act, and you may not even want to play like that. But and one, on the positive side, it's good for my method is going to be good for less skilled players for sure, because it really didn't require a lot of skill what I ended up doing on that boss. It's basically just playing it super carefully. Unfortunately, trying to, if you rely on stuff that doesn't take a lot of skill, you end up getting fucked in the end when you actually need to pull it out. But you can always adapt as needed and change it up. You know what I mean? When you have to grind it out, then it makes you a better player anyway. So either way, it works out. Like I said, just expect a hell of a lot of resistance at the very end of the game. But yeah, it's going to be, as I said, there's going to be another tedious part with the actual boss of this stage, the way I play it. But there's still a few more parts before you get to the end of this act. This first act can be tougher than some of the other acts just because you don't seem to get... especially if you're using the regular weapons, you really don't get a lot of ammo. Sometimes it feels like. It just seems like this... maybe it's also because I haven't played in so long and I was adjusting to the mechanics of the game again. I had to get a feel for the way the game plays. It's actually... I was saying it's been 11 years, but I think it's been more like 9, maybe almost 10 years. Because I think it was in 2011, maybe in the middle of 2011 that I beat this on Godheart. So, not quite 11 years, maybe 9. Still long enough for me not to really remember how to play well. So yeah, these parts are a little slow and tedious. I edited out some of the little bullshit with the, talking on the cell phone kind of bullshit, walking simulator type of shit. I consider those like cutscenes too, so I edited those down. I do show them a little bit just to show the transition. Gives an idea of where in the level, I'm at. So yeah, for this first part, you're going to want to take out these fucking jellyfish. They're very slow, but if they reach the armored vehicle, they will do massive damage to the vehicle. You're trying to protect the vehicle here, so it's okay if you let one of them survive. Just make sure you kill at least one of them, because the ship can take a single attack from the jellyfish isn't going to be a big deal. So if you're not able to kill the second one, don't worry about it. It's not going to really matter. Try to kill some of the crawling spiders on the ground, the small spiders, because they'll attack you. But you see, I fucked up here and the armored vehicle took a hit, but it didn't really matter too much. There's going to be another part where you have to be more aggressive with taking out those enemies, otherwise the armored vehicle will easily get destroyed, but that's going to be after this segment. For this segment, the idea that I used was basically to use stun grenades and just rush to the objectives and try to skip as many enemies as I could. Unfortunately, once you get to the top, you do have to dodge a lot of shit. But yeah, here comes another one of these jellyfish, actually. This is not the part I was talking about. I guess there's another little wave of jellyfish, as they call them. Try to take out what you can with these. And like I said, you can take a few hits to the armored vehicle and it'll survive. But, try to take out most of them. The big enemies are going to be the main focus The small ones, they're not that aggressive with attacking you. They kind of just run past you. But the large enemies will, do the damage to the armored vehicle. You see, I got hit by another one. So yeah, I had 2 jellyfish hit the vehicle, and I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. You could probably let all the jellyfish hit the vehicle. I mean, there's only, 3 of them, so you'd probably still live. Very easy part. So now is where I use a very aggressive method of trying to skip all the enemies, but I do end up having to kill them anyway. But what I do here is I slide to the ladder, and as long as you're hitting X while you're sliding, you're going to jump on the ladder immediately. So buffer that, just mash X while you're sliding. And make sure you're aimed at the ladder, obviously, because you got to get the prompt for it to work. And then all you got to do is go to where the bomb icon shows up here and press X on that, and you may have to rotate the analog stick or something that it wants you to do, but as long as you take out the enemy up on this top floor before you do the little bomb sequence, you won't have anything killing you. But now when these ships come in, they're going to shoot directly down on you. It's very dangerous. And what I did for this part is I just continuously roll. And I tend to just barely survive by just holding down the roll button and just rolling around, left to right. Just keep rolling left to right by holding down roll. You get a lot of invincibility frames, and it makes it so that you can just survive. I mean, a few bullets still seem to get through, but it doesn't seem to finish you off, most of the time. So yeah, now another ship comes. A lot of these ships keep coming and shooting down up on top of you. So whenever that happens, just keep rolling. And what you want to do is try to clear out this bottom floor. Try to kill all the robots on the bottom floor before you go back down. Because otherwise it's dangerous to try to place the second bomb with all that shit going on. But eventually you can come down and if you see an enemy that's still around that you weren't able to hit, then just finish it off, kill it. And now I roll into this corner for a little bit of safety to recharge. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have survived. So yeah, now all you got to do is just plant this bomb. This is the last bomb. Make sure you roll a decent distance away from the bomb and then click in L3 and R3 at the same time, and that'll detonate the bomb. But if you're too close, you'll kill yourself, so just be aware of that. I actually did that. I was kind of greedy with detonating. So yeah, now you have another armored vehicle protection sequence. And it's pretty much, it's going to be the same type of thing, but it's a lot more aggressive. There's a lot more enemies now to deal with, so try to be as aggressive as you can at taking out the large jellyfish. Those are going to be your main priorities, because those are the things that are going to latch onto your armored vehicle and destroy it. So use all your grenades. Use all your stun grenades, your regular grenades. Use the laser cannon carefully. Make sure you don't, overfire it to where you do that and you overheat it like I just did, because that wastes a lot of time. Now I had to use my heavy machine gun to make up for that loss of time, because you can't use the laser cannon when you overheat, obviously. You have to wait for it to come back. And you see I was being kind of sloppy with it, but I should have used it to the point where it didn't overheat, because that wastes a lot of extra time. Shoot the tank on the back of that Romanov, because when you blow up that tank you'll kill it. It's a lot faster than trying to drain its health from the front or from its head. So make sure you shoot it in the back. And when your laser cannon either overheats or you have to wait to charge it back up, use your heavy machine gun to, or if you have the anti-armor pistol. But either way, one of them did end up getting on the ship, but I mean it's not really a big deal at this point if one of them gets through. I mean, I'm sure you could probably take 2 or 3 hits from those things and still survive, but I'm guessing you probably have to clear out at least some of them. So just try to take out as many as you can. You'll probably beat it on your first try. It's easy. So yeah, now coming up is going to be a sequence with a lot of enemies, but you can pretty much pull major bullshit for most of the fight. So I got that mapped out pretty well. I can break that down pretty well. Again, this is why we're using the laser cannon so heavily. Like, I really recommend this weapon. Now, the laser cannon is pretty much useless in the handful of hardest parts of the game, where there's like maybe 3 or 4 of the hardest parts in the game. It's pretty much useless. It's too slow. But for a good bulk of the game, the laser cannon is going to pull a lot of bullshit. First, take out those 2 snipers, or the ones wearing the green armor. Take them out immediately, because they will pretty much one-hit kill you. I think they kill you in 1 hit. It goes through your armor and through your life. So take them out first. Then leave the red robots alone. Don't worry about them. They're not going to be much of a threat. It's mainly those 2 green snipers you want to take out immediately. Then all you got to worry about is these 3 Romanovs in the distance, the big mechs. Now for these guys, they all squat down and shoot these huge missiles out of their back at certain points. When they do that, if you time it right, you can shoot the missile just as it's coming out of their back, and it will kill them or do massive damage to them, one or the other. But you can wipe them out much faster by doing that. So what you want to do is shoot your laser on the barrel of their cannon when they're squatted down, and you have a good chance that it'll just detonate when the missile peeks out. It'll just detonate them. So just keep that in mind. You can use slow motion to try to line that up better if you want. I didn't use slow motion much at all. I didn't find it too useful with the laser cannon, because see, with the laser cannon, it drains that AR bar when you're using slow motion. So it means you can't fire the laser cannon as much. So because I'm a heavy laser cannon user up until this point of the game, I don't use slow motion almost ever. Very rarely. But like I said, a lot of people are going to want to use it. It just depends on your play style. Now, if you're using regular weapons to take out these robots, it's going to be much different, because the assault rifles and heavy machine gun are going to have a hard time doing much from this distance. The anti-armor pistol can do some decent damage to them, but you only have like 20 shots in that. So, at most you're going to maybe take out one of the Romanovs with that. Unless you shoot the missiles that come out. Maybe you can do that. But, so once you take out these 3 Romanovs, you just take your time. You're safe at this barrier. As long as you're not standing up when a missile comes, you're pretty much safe. You may take the occasional bullet, but just get back down into cover and take your time. And once you take out this final Romanov, all you're going to do is clean up the remaining red robots. Very easy once the Romanovs are gone. Just take them out. You can melt their heads very quickly, even from a very far distance with this gun. Now the next part's going to be tricky. There's still no checkpoint in this section, so it's very easy to die in this next part. But I have a pretty good strategy for this next part. It makes it a lot easier. You're going to be able to take out most of the enemies with a grenade. So all you're going to do now is get in cover directly in front of this transport unit, right where this asshole is blocking my way. You're going to sit here, and you're going to wait for this little cinematic event to occur with this transport vehicle. As soon as you see the door open, you're going to fire a stun grenade in there and stun everybody, and then followed up by a hand grenade. Or if you want, you can melt them all with the laser like that. See, I didn't even need to use a hand grenade. I just used the laser cannon. You can do it either way. But now after you do that, use the rest of your stun grenades and hand grenades to wear out this Romanov as much as you can as he's approaching you. But when he gets close, I recommend just getting out of there unless you want to do the shotgun stun method, where just keep shotgun stunning him if you want. But if you want to be safe, do all that initial damage, and when he gets close, just haul ass, go back to this wall that we were using for cover. Now, this wall is not going to be completely safe anymore, because the Romanov will eventually go around it. Well, he can. He doesn't always go around it. You'd probably be able to kill him before he does. But if he does get around it, you're going to have to resort to that shotgun stun method, most likely, of just shotgunning and stunning him, by shotgunning him in the head. But that's about it. Now, I think I missed a rocket launcher. I think inside this transport vehicle was a rocket launcher. Since I didn't go in there, I never got it. So I kind of fucked myself. So I recommend actually getting rid of the shotgun now and picking up the rocket launcher, going in that transport vehicle and picking up the rocket launcher. Now, I'm not 100% sure that the rocket launcher is in there, but my good friend the Ripper beat this recently, and he said that he believed it was in this vehicle, I believe. So, because he had it for the first boss, so it is in this level, that's for sure. But I missed it, so I'm not going to be able to show using that in this tutorial. But there's an anti-armor pistol here, so if you've been missing that, pick that up. The boost machine gun I haven't fucked with yet in this playthrough. It's stronger than the heavy machine gun, but it runs out of ammo much faster. So I'm not sure of the usefulness of it yet. I may experiment with it later. I may have used it my first time through God Hard mode many years ago, but can't remember. But I know I abused the laser cannon back then, and I'm definitely going to be abusing it this time. So yeah, my method is going to be even longer drawn out for the first boss since I don't have the rocket launcher. I'm going to do a very tedious method, but I think it's going to be something that anyone can do if they're patient. It's not really too skill-based. Unlike with certain parts like the final boss, without the skill, you're pretty much fucked. So you're going to just have to get better and learn the game. It will force you to become a better player for sure. But when you're just dealing with a single bogey, there's a lot more room for, fucking around and pulling bullshit. So yeah, take out these guys as soon as they come up on this elevator. Just a small wave of enemies, very easy. The laser cannon really melts them if you drag it over their head, so just do that. But I mean, you could easily use an anti-armor pistol or just about anything. So yeah, let's see what's coming up next. I don't remember exactly what's next. I don't know if it's the boss. I think there is some more combat before the boss, but not 100% sure. Maybe not. This may be the boss. Oh yeah, no, there's a few more enemies. There's a few more waves of enemies, I think, but it's easy. Just same shit as before. You're just going to take cover, either on one of these barricades, or the best way is to take cover at this wall right here and just peek out of the corner. You can just kind of you can damage the Romanov so much that, he's probably not going to get to you. Actually, now there's a cutscene that triggers. I think it triggers when you kill a certain amount of guys. So, but yeah, you may still want to take out the Romanov. You may need to kill him to get the next cutscene. But yeah, there's really no reason that he would get over to you, really, because that wall, you have plenty of time to take him out. You can just take your time, occasionally dodge if a grenade gets through, or you get hit, get your health back. Rolling really gives you a lot of invincibility frames. I mean, you can't just roll endlessly and dodge everything, but you can spam it a lot of times. And you don't have to keep tapping roll. You can just hold down A and you'll continuously roll. Something to keep in mind. There are some more advanced movement techniques and things like that I may have to get into later for the final bosses. There's a way to move across the map much faster by alternating boost with rolling. I would have to learn how to do that again, though, because I actually forgot how I used to do that. I remember it was something that I learned, and it seemed to give me an advantage on that fight, but I don't know if I'll end up using it again. Depends what strategy I end up using for the final bosses. So now is the first real boss of the level. This is the first main boss of the level. At the end of the game, you're going to be fighting two of these at the same time, and there's going to be walls that keep going up and down, so your cover is not going to be available all the time, and it's going to be a fucking bitch. But for now, you're just dealing with one bogey. So, you see, one of them is already hard enough to deal with, but dealing with two of them at the same time is a nightmare. But anyway, to start off, we're going to be wasting up our stun grenades and just taking some shots at them. Maybe with the shotgun. But after doing that for a little while, I just go all the way in this back area, and this is where I pull major bullshit. I take a very defensive strategy back here. And it's going to be very tedious, and it takes very long. You see, it takes like 9 minutes just for me to beat this guy. But it is an option if you're having trouble. I probably should have learned it better, but this is what I ended up doing. So yeah, I recommend grabbing the sniper rifle because we're going to end up going all the way back here for this strategy, and the sniper rifle is at least decent because you can get some decent shots in from all the way back. Before using the laser cannon, of course, but for now, the sniper rifle is a good way to get some initial damage in. Now, if you grab the rocket that I mentioned grabbing, you could have actually gotten 3 rockets in on him by using 3 stun grenades, and then every time you use a stun grenade, and you get him down on his knees, with the stun grenade, you use a rocket. You lock on the rocket and fire it. And you can get maybe 2 rockets in when you do that. From what I remember, I think you can get 2 rockets in before he fully recovers. But you'll get in at least 1 rocket each time, probably 2. So you can waste up your rockets very easily on him that way and do a lot of starting damage. But I'm not going to be showing that because I didn't have the rocket launcher. I should have thought about that. I forgot that it was available. So yeah, the way I got the sniper rifle is there's a chest, a weapon chest right near where you spawn and start the checkpoint. It's to your right. And there's another one all the way in the back of the room. So what you do is you grab those weapon chests until you get the weapon you want. So you'll open the weapon chest. You may not see the weapon you want, so commit suicide. Eventually you'll get the weapon that you want. But you're not going to find a rocket launcher in there, but you can find just about anything else. I like the sniper rifle as my secondary weapon for this strategy, so I could stay all the way back. And now if you want to get the weapon chest at the far end of the room, you're going to probably want to use a stun grenade and try to jet through so that the boss is stunned and you can get through to the end and grab that chest. But either way, once you get the sniper rifle, it's a good weapon to have. So once I exhaust the sniper rifle back here, what I do is I use the laser cannon whenever I can to try to drain his health. But when he gets close, I use a shotgun strategy of rolling away and trying to shotgun him to stun him. That's like my self-defense strategy. When he gets in real close, I switch to my shotgun. And I didn't pull it off too well there, but I've had some better runs with that fight. But see, I use that center pillar right there. It spreads out his grenades. And that way I can kind of stay in the middle where the grenades part. And stay in that middle part and I don't take damage from the grenades. So I'm just using this cover right now. And what I try to do is I just roll back from him when he tries to attack me. And I just dodge him and I use the shotgun defensively when I can to stun him. Until he just leaves this area. Eventually, he'll get tired of fucking around with you, and he'll go back and start all the way, firing at you in the distance and firing at your teammates and shit. So he doesn't have a long attention span when it comes to attacking you up close. So that's one way to exploit him. All you have to do is defend yourself for a little while and survive. Now, it can still get kind of intense because it's a long fight, and you can easily fuck up in those close-range sequences, but it's a lot easier than trying to go out in the midst of everything and fighting him, while he's doing all this crazy-ass shit up close. So, yes, I basically just hang back here and recover, and I try to take shots when I can. It's a very slow process, but it works. You don't have to drain all of his health to defeat him. You only have to get it down to, maybe where the letters in his name are, or somewhere around there, and you'll enter a QuickTime sequence. You just got to mash the buttons, and that's about it. But you see, I'm using a shotgun in a defensive way and rolling back when he gets close. Eventually, he gets bored and he'll just leave. It's kind of random whether he wants to be more aggressive with you and keep pursuing you. See, now he's coming back, but a lot of times he will get bored and just leave. But do what you can. Get those shotgun hits in. If you have any stun grenades left, use those. But it's basically just going to be a game of patience because the laser cannon has infinite ammo. But if your armor is depleted, you can't fire it. So it does have limitations, and of course it drains your armor. So you can't boost as much if you're a heavy laser cannon user. You're not going to be able to boost around the map as much because that wastes AR as well. So there are limitations to relying on the laser cannon for a lot of parts. And it's not going to work on the hardest parts in the game. The hardest parts will require, different weapons. I don't think I'm going to be able to use this too much on some of the hardest parts. But there's only a handful of those parts, like I said. But the final hardest part is extreme with the bosses, the last bosses. So yeah, now just play defensively with the shotgun, obviously. You're going to have to survive when your health gets down if you do get hit. Just try to keep rolling away from wherever he is. And you're trying to rely on those invincibility frames, hoping that a shot doesn't go through. You may have to roll around in circles here around all the different barriers. You can see sometimes he does get more aggressive in this area, and you just have to dodge to the best you can. But if you're patient, it won't be that hard because you only have to do this sometimes when he arrives in here. So yeah, try to wait for when he's shooting at your teammates, and he's not shooting directly at you, and you can get that laser and burn off some of his health. You don't really want to use slow motion while you're using a laser cannon because you're not going to be able to fire as much as your laser cannon since it wastes the AR bar. But yeah, try to melt off some of his health whenever you can. He does get preoccupied with your teammates that are really they're not doing any damage to him, but they do distract him. That's really all your teammates do. He'll attack your teammates, but it just goes on forever. So yeah, try to roll back and use the shotgun defensively. Get some stuns in that way and just dodge shit. Now, see, his health is not even drained that much, and it already goes into the final sequence, so you don't have to get it all down. But it still takes like 9 minutes to use my method. It's a slow fucking method, but it's very exploitative of the AI, which is what I like to do. But yeah, just mash the buttons in that QuickTime event. And that's pretty much it for this level. This act is pretty much finished. You can kill that guy really fast if you are very aggressive with the shotgun, and you're good with that. You don't have to spend 9 minutes on him. But it's tough. He kills you very fast. So it can be very difficult. But of course, it's nothing compared to dealing with two of them at the same time, and they also both have different weapons. One has a sniper rifle, and one has like this other lock-on type of weapon. So it's a very different fight with two of them at the same time. And there's nowhere to hide like there is here. Here you can exploit it and go all the way in the back. You can't do that on the final when you're fighting two of them at the same time. So, if you're having trouble with one, just imagine how much harder it's going to be with two of them at the same time. And very little cover. It's a whole different fight for sure. I'm going to have to, it's definitely going to be some pain with trying to relearn that part. And trying to get through again. So yeah, this level can be kind of tricky because, you're probably relearning the game again. Unless you just beat, if you just beat normal, at least you have a basic idea of the mechanics. But it really doesn't prepare you for the hardest parts in this mode. So yeah, as I'm making this, I still have to finish off the second act, but I should have that up soon. So yeah, I will have all that up pretty soon. I think I'm almost done with the second act, but I still got to deal with that hill, which may be in that act. Welcome back to the tutorial for God Hard mode. Act 2 has one part that is extremely difficult. I refer to it as the hill. It's basically the final hill that you have to take over, and it's brutal. Now this time it took me around 1 hour and 40 minutes to beat, but in the past it apparently took me over 5 hours to beat that one part. It's a single checkpoint. The reason I know that is because I contributed some strategies to the Game Facts Vanquish guide that was written by Apathy, which is my friend the Ripper 999 who I mentioned. And in that guide there was a few alternative strategies that I contributed under the name Walking Beast. So you can see some of those there. Though some of those strategies I didn't end up using this time around because I think in one of them I got lucky, and it's not really a viable strat. It's just that, when I beat it, that was the strat that I used. So I didn't really test it by doing the same parts over and over again or anything like that. And same type of thing with this tutorial. You know, I'm not replaying segments. I mean, I beat the game on this mode 9 years ago, but aside from that, I'm only playing through this again a single time. So I don't remember everything I did 9 years ago. You know, most of it is hazy. So yeah, this part is very easy. You're just going to hang back, and, you know, I recommend carrying the laser with you most of the time. Just, you know, use a ranged weapon, but, you know, the laser is what I would go with. And you can take out all those enemies very easily without really having to get in the midst of the combat. So yeah, on this stage, the main thing that you're probably going to have trouble with is going to be that fucking hill, which is, like I said, brutally difficult. The way I did it was a very specific. All the movements were extremely specific, so when I detail that part, you want to follow exactly the way I do it. You know, no real variation in that, no flexibility. And I will try to break that down and explain it as I do it. I had to find a very, very specific path. It gets me up the hill extremely fast, but, you know, the trade-off is that one fuck-up and you're dead, and, you know, there's a lot of luck involved, too. It doesn't work. There's no way I would be able to do that every time. I'd have to find something better. If for a more consistent method, I think I'd have to play it even more. But I was lucky to beat it within an hour and 40 minutes this time. Luckily, it didn't take 5 hours this time. Part of the reason was that I understood the value of the cigarettes, which I'll explain more about later. It's kind of a hidden feature in this game. So, yeah, I try to shoot that guy through the crate, but that doesn't work. But basically, you can just hang back. This is another very easy section with the laser. You can just kind of pick these guys off and take your time. There's a lot of these little parts on this mode that are not hard at all. You know, there's a lot of parts that have very little resistance if you play carefully. And then you have a handful of parts in the entire game that are extremely difficult. There's only a few of them in the entire game that I found, you know, very, very difficult. And then, of course, there's the final bosses, which are way more fucking difficult than anything else in the game. It's a huge jump in difficulty, but... so some parts, you know, you're going to be able to get by on just playing carefully, and you won't really need a lot of skill to get past a lot of these parts. But there's going to be parts that force you to get better and to definitely have a lot of skill to get through. And some luck. So for this part, I throw out my, my stun grenades, and I just slide through. But you want to do it a certain way so that, you know, you'll have to probably try it a few times. It's a little harder than it looks to get through there, but you'll get it if you follow a similar tactic. Now, this is a little tricky. I always have a rocket launcher on hand so far in the game, so I utilize that by using, you know, two of my rockets on the one Romanov on the right side when you spawn, and I used one of my rockets on the guy riding the robot, just to take him out immediately, because one rocket will kill him. Then I just finish off with my grenades and stuns and finish off this guy. And I mean, that made it pretty easy, because I was very, very aggressive with taking out the first Romanov. And, of course, the guy on the riding the robot on the left. So it was very, very specific. And it ends that encounter pretty quick. Now, anytime, if you don't have the loadout that you want, like if you don't have the rocket launcher for this part, there's often weapon containers close by. You can use stun grenades to try to grab weapon containers. And each time you open a weapon container, you get a different weapon. It's random. So there is a good chance that you'll be able to get the rocket launcher in that green chest over there with the weapons. Though sometimes it seems like certain weapons don't show up in certain chests. So I didn't try that chest, so I don't know if that's the case. But a lot of times you can get the weapons you want. You just have to commit suicide again and again and just keep opening all the weapon chests until you get what you want. And then when you die with a weapon equipped, you will respawn with that weapon. So that's how you get the weapons you want, which I explained in the previous tutorial on Act 1. But I know most players are probably just going to be searching the tutorial for specific parts. So yeah, anytime you need specific weapon loadout to follow my strategies, dig through the weapon chests and just keep dying. You know, you got to commit suicide. If you go to reload checkpoint, you won't reload with the weapon. But as long as you commit suicide with the desired weapon, you'll respawn with it. And you can just keep dying until you get what you want. So this is a very easy turret sequence. to start out with. This part can be tricky after this part because you got guys flipping around on the tracks going up above you. But yeah, if you use the turret, you can take out these drop ships pretty quickly. You can either shoot the robots on the top of the drop ship or you can blow up the ship itself. And once that runs out of ammo, you'll want to switch to the other turret on the left side. But yeah, this part is very easy. This is one of the, I thought, one of the coolest sequences because it's unique in that you have enemies going up above you and shooting down at you from different angles, and you're on a train that goes upside down and shit. I thought this part was really, really well done for an action game. One of the coolest action sequences that I've probably played in a game, just because of the way the train is moving and having other trains on the rails. I thought it was a very cool sequence. This game has some really, really impressive design that you don't really see even in modern games now, 9 years later. And the mobility, the amount of control you have over your character and the mobility is like no other third-person shooter that I've played. There's a lot of depth to the combat, too. Every different gun has a different melee attack attached to it. There's really a lot to this game. So yeah, now it gets a little trickier. There's going to be some enemies that start showing up on the sides. I like using the laser cannon to to hose them down. Especially if you hit the heads, you can take out the regular robots fast and the turrets and all that shit. Also use your stun grenades. Don't worry about wasting them because once you get the checkpoint, you get all your shit back. So you don't have to be real. You don't have to budget your grenades too much. Of course, throwing them always opens you to get shot, so you got to be careful when you toss them. But it is worth tossing them to get some easy shots, and you can use the anti-armor pistol for some quick kills, or the try to use the laser cannon if your shields aren't down. It gets a little tricky when the train goes upside down like this because now you got guys shooting down. If you were on one piece of cover, it becomes ineffective. So you have to switch cover to adapt to how that train is moving, so you don't get shot. So it can be a little tricky. They can really get at you at some strange angles, as they move around. You also have these turrets on the side too, so you can try to jump on one of the turrets and just mow down, some of the enemies if you want. It is more riskier, but it's definitely an option. I recommend using it when this single Romanov is out because that'll kill him really fast. So yeah, eventually you're going to have more enemies coming in. You have to ride for a little while. And then the train comes to a stop. Now you have some more enemies coming in. You can play this part very aggressively. I do recommend still having the rocket launcher and the weapons that I have. Because in this area, I don't know that you can get specific weapons that you want. I think you only have a few options. Because I don't think there's any weapon chests here. The weapon chests have random weapons usually, but the weapon racks usually have predetermined weapons from what I can, from what I noticed. That seems to be the case. So that's why I do recommend bringing certain weapons and certain loadouts. I recommend following what I've been carrying. I like having a rocket launcher on hand up to this point in the game, the laser cannon, And then, the third weapon is kind of optional, but I like the anti-armor pistol. But you could always substitute that for a shotgun or something like that, because the laser cannon takes care of long-range shit pretty well. So yeah, now that you got the checkpoint, you can use your rocket launcher to take out these transports if you want. Or take out this one transport at least. I think there's another one. But you can put some rockets into them. And then if you do that, it may prevent you from having to fight a bunch of robots, on your ship. I think they drop down onto the ship, but I'm not sure because I blew them up immediately. I recommend just taking them out. I mean, if you want, you can ignore them, but then you may need to fight them on the actual ship or train. But yeah, once you have just one Romanov, it's extremely easy. Just unleash all your stun grenades and your hand grenades, laser cannon, anti-armor pistol. You have plenty of things to use against these guys. The hammer ones are one of the easier ones because I don't think they can even shoot. I think all they have is the hammer. They're like the easiest ones to deal with pretty much. Now for this part, you can be very aggressive and start taking out the enemies quickly. I recommend taking out this right side. You want to try to burn the heads of the ones that are riding the vehicles. It takes them out very fast. It's a little tricky to get the angle. But you can definitely do it as shown. Use the anti-armor pistol if your shields are down. That'll afford you the ability to take off some pop shots. Because, with the laser cannon, you have to wait for your shields to recharge before you can use it. That's the one big limitation of it. But it does have infinite ammo, so it kind of makes up for it. So yeah, use your anti-armor pistol to take out some of these remaining enemies. It makes them very easy. Now this part, I just roll around and try not to hit into any walls. I just keep rolling basically for this part. I didn't know how else to deal with this part because there seems to be no safe cover for this part. So all I do is just keep rolling around until the cutscene plays. And you see I barely made it. I don't know if there's a better way to do that part, but that's how I always ended up doing it. Or at least this time. So after this, you're going to get a quick time event. I think you just have to mash X. Very simple. Yeah, very cool sequence. I think it's one of the best action sequences in a game, even to this day. So yeah, we're starting to approach the hill sequence that I talked about, but there's still a little ways to go before that sequence appears. There's also going to be another hard fight after that with two bias that are like these Terminator-style robots, and there's two of them at the same time. But you do have a big arena, and I'll show you how to pull some bullshit on that fight and make it a lot more manageable. But I do recommend holding on to that rocket at this point so far, because it'll allow you to have 6 rockets for the bias fight, because there's an extra rocket on the map. Though I think you can, if you don't have it, you can pick it up on that fight anyway and just commit suicide and have your 6 rockets. I'm pretty sure you can still get around that, but I do recommend holding on to it for now. I am going to recommend switching out the pistol for a shotgun before the hill comes out. But again, you're going to have a chance to do that if you didn't do it, because you can commit suicide and get the weapons you want. So don't worry too much about not picking up a certain weapon for a certain checkpoint, because you can usually get what you need. Most of the time. I think there's a few incidences where you can't do that, but most of the time you can get what you want. It's good because it allows you to experiment with different loadouts, and you don't have to be too afraid of losing a weapon that you like. So I like that the game does that. It's very well made in that way. So yeah, this is pretty standard shit. I mean, use your laser cannon when you have the available shields to do so, or use your anti-armor pistol if you don't have that. You can also waste up your rockets, because what are you going to really use them for? You'll get the checkpoint before long anyway. So if you want to waste up your rockets, go ahead. Doesn't matter. I didn't know what was coming up next, so I didn't expand them all. but it wouldn't have been a problem. It would have actually made that part a lot easier. I could have just rocketed the Romanovs and maybe rocketed some of the enemies. So yeah, cigarettes. We're going to be talking about those when the hill comes up. Be prepared for that because I'm going to go into very, very specific directions on that part. You're probably going to want to, if you're doing that part, you're going to want to like rewind the video and try to follow it step by step if you're trying to do it the way I did it. The thing with the way I did it was that it does take a lot of skill to pull off. It's not an easy thing to do, basically. But beating this game on Godhard is also not an easy fucking thing to do because of some of these parts. There's a few parts in this game that are kind of like a brick wall, and I think there's a lot of players who would get to some of these few parts and never get past them because, you know, it's just like it seems overwhelming. Especially the final bosses. That's the real run killer, I think, for most players. Especially based on the leaderboards where there was only like 80 people at the time who had even completed the game on Godhard. So, but there were thousands of people who got to the last bosses, but only like 80 who actually, you know, got through and beat the game. I mean, that was back in 2009. There's a lot more information now, too, which helps. But you're still going to, you know, regardless of the information, there's really no cheap tricks for some of these parts. But I will have very specific strategies that you know that you can follow for that hill. And if you do it right, you have a good chance of getting through eventually. You should be able to get through. You just got to get used to the way that I'm moving. Now, I've seen other players play the hill, and some take a slower approach. But I don't recommend that at all because, for me, it was very tedious and frustrating because you have to watch 2 cutscenes every time you restart that part, which is a fucking bitch. I hate watching those fucking cutscenes every time I die. And then I had to reload out to the title screen to get the cigarettes back, which takes a little while to do, which is also very annoying to have to do. Every time I wasted 3 cigarettes, I'd have to restart at the title screen. So, very annoying, but doable. You know, but if you do try to fight all the enemies, they're going to infinitely respawn. So, you know, the only thing you're doing by killing enemies, it seems, is just buying yourself a little bit of time to move up the hill a little bit. But you're going to get mobbed anyway, so I use a very different technique of bypassing all the enemies pretty much. So I'm going to get into that. I'm probably not going to be able to explain it as quickly as it's being done because I beat it in about 40 seconds, so it is going to be hard to keep up with the commentary, but I am giving you a little preliminary information to prepare you for that. So yeah, now, I didn't say much here because you're only dealing with one robot and an easy enemy. You know, this is all shit you can manage, especially if you still have your rocket launcher. You can just rocket the bastard. So, at this point, this is pretty tough. I mean, it's really not that bad, but it's a little tricky. You're going to have to take out 2 of these robots, these huge robot bosses, but you can take out 1 at a time, so it's not as hard as it sounds. So first, you're going to deal with the spider robot. So, to start off, you want to try to laser one of his legs so that he goes down and you can hit his core easier. So take off a leg. Now use your laser or anti-armor, or actually you have the rockets still. Use your rockets on this. And you can actually reload your weapons faster by switching weapons when it goes into the reload animation and then switching back immediately to the weapon you were using. I do that sometimes with the rocket now to reload faster, so that is something you can do. It's called canceling, animation canceling, basically. Something I learned recently. I didn't really know about that, but it can give you a little bit of an edge. Every little bit helps anytime you can save on reloads. So yeah, another thing you can do with this first guy that the Ripper 999 pointed out to me is you can weaken all the limbs first and have them down to 1 sliver of health each. And then you can just start finishing them off. That way, like as soon as he recovers, you can take him down immediately again by taking out the other limb that you almost destroyed. I actually end up doing that on the next robot, but you could do it on this one too if you want. But you really don't need to because this is pretty damn easy. I mean, you just take out the leg and then try to damage the core. It's pretty damn basic. You have plenty of room to like run around and dodge shit, go behind crates. Now you're gonna have to do a little quick time event once you get him down again. And now you can finish off that little bulb on his head. So put a few shots into it and finish it off. So now this part is harder. What I recommend for this is taking out all 4 limbs down to a sliver of health. Don't finish them off yet. The Ripper 999 is the one who gave me this strategy, which is very good. So this was not my own. But yeah, take it down to a sliver of health. Take the other one down to a sliver of health. And you want to do that for the legs as well. You'll get used to dodging these attacks. It's mostly just by rolling out of the way. They're usually pretty easy to dodge for the most part. He does do an attack that rains grenades. That's a one-hit kill, that laser that comes out of his chest, but it's very easy to see and dodge unless you're not looking at him. If the camera's not focused on him, you can easily miss it, but it does have some sound cues as well. So yeah, you want to you wear down all the limbs to get them down to about a sliver of health, as low as you can get, basically. You don't have to get them, down to one hit or anything. Just get them down really low. And do that for all the limbs. The laser works great for that. Though if you do get hit, your shields are going to be depleted and you're not going to be able to shoot as often. There is a very long wait in God Hard mode to recover your health when your shield's drain. I think it's like it takes twice as long or something on this difficulty. I think that's one of the things that makes it harder as well as the damage. So yeah, we got one leg left at this time. You see, you can just easily roll past the missiles. Just roll dodge them. You got those invincibility frames when you roll, so use that. So now I take out one of his arms since I wore out all the limbs. And I use my rocket. And I'm getting a faster reload, I think, by switching the weapons as the reload animations take place, then switching back. But I forgot to reload one of my rocket. I forgot to reload my rocket, so I didn't get that third shot in. I fucked that up. But you get the idea. Now I was able to take out the next limb because it was already almost destroyed. And, start unleashing the rockets again and the laser and all that shit on his core. And, the anti-armor pistol works pretty good for this as well, so it's good to have that. See, and now his other limbs are ready to just break, so he's not going to be able to fight for very long before he gets taken down a third time. So now you get the quick time event. Mash X to punch him in the head until his head explodes. This next part is kind of tricky, and I died a few times on this end part because I didn't know exactly where I had to shoot him. So see, his leg has some health, and I destroy his final leg, but nothing happens, as you notice. And now I shoot him in the back. Again, nothing happens, but I did deplete all the life bars. It is easy enough to deplete those. But now, after he recovers, he goes down, so I'm assuming maybe because I already destroyed the leg, he has a delayed response to it, which is kind of odd. I think that's what happened. And then at that point, it's easy. You can just finish off this core once he's down. You should be able to do it pretty easily. Use the pistol to finish it off if you need to. But if you don't get him down quickly, he'll do this missile rain attack, which you can flip around. You can just keep rolling to dodge it, but I didn't find that to be too reliable, and I would get killed sometimes from that. There is another rocket back here as you see me approaching. So you could have also grabbed that at some point and used that to get more ammo. Or if you got here without the rocket, you could probably just boost to the end of the map, grab the rocket, commit suicide, and then start the checkpoint with a rocket. And then, of course, that rocket at the end of the map would still be there, so you'd have 6 rockets available. So that is, that is the kind of bullshit you can pull worth doing if you don't have that set up. So yeah, it's not that bad with that strategy. I end up picking up the lock-on lasers. I recommend swapping out your anti-armor pistol for a lock-on laser for this upcoming part. I ended up getting it in a different part of the map, but I edited that out. But yeah, so the lock-on laser is going to be extremely useful for these upcoming sections. We're going to start climbing these hills, and you're going to get an idea of what the hill mechanic is like with skipping the enemies. But it's the final hill that's brutally difficult. These ones are not too bad. They're pretty easy. I mean, there's one that's a little tricky, but they're nothing compared to the final hill. So definitely expect a fucking lot of frustration when you get to that part. But hopefully my method will give you an idea, and maybe you can change it up a little bit and improvise on it. Though I wasn't really able to change things up very much at all, because anything I did differently seemed to get me killed. So that was pretty much the path that I kind of felt forced into. But I have seen people play it differently, so... my method doesn't leave a lot of room for error, because you're putting yourself in a very dangerous position where you're going to get killed pretty much instantly if you don't continue moving. It's very, very specific. So yeah, don't use the lock-on laser inside the building. It doesn't work. It needs an open sky for the lasers to travel. There's another lock-on laser in the weapon rack as well to the right. So waste this one up. Remember that you don't need to focus and aim the... if you're in cover, you don't need to hold down the left trigger to aim your lock-on laser. You can just hold right trigger and just move it all around in blind fire mode, and you'll lock onto the enemies. You'll see me abuse that later. I don't really do that at this point. But you have decent cover here. You can kind of just get below this area and just try to sneak out. You'll know that you have a lock-on when it beeps and it shows the little aiming reticle. The little red square on top of the enemy means that he's locked on. You can just release at that point. I use a rocket here to get rid of this vehicle guy. It's just faster. You don't need to conserve rockets for this part anyway, because you'll get a checkpoint soon. But yeah, just lock on laser the remaining enemies, roll back as needed. As long as you play it safe, it's very easy. There are, of course, these vehicles that you can also hijack and ride, but you would not want to do that in God Hard mode, because you get stuck in vehicles and turrets and things like that, and you'll just get gunned down. You don't have enough time to really move. So, I pretty much never do that. The only things that I will use sometimes are the turrets, but I use those, in a limited way as well. So here I pick up another lock-on laser since I depleted all the ammo. And just take your time with this. You can just kind of move slow and just take out the enemies, because they don't respawn. There's not infinite respawns for this part. There is for the later hill part, though. But for this, it's just, once you kill enemies, they're permanently dead. So just take your time. So now you get a checkpoint. So you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want with no consequences, because you got the checkpoint. So for this part, I recommend doing a skip here by... first, I lock on laser some of the enemies to thin them down. I do recommend doing that first. You probably don't... you may not have to do that, but the problem is you can't really stun grenade the enemies up in the tower because they're too high up. So yeah, lock on laser the guys in the tower that can shoot at you from up above, and then use your stun grenades to just kind of roll and bust in here. And just spam your stun grenades and just bust through. Ignore the enemies. And once you get up at the top, you'll get the checkpoint. I recommend doing that instead of trying to fight anything. Aside from the enemies in the tower, you do want to take them out with the lock-on laser first. For this part, again, just use your sliding and stun grenades. You can throw stun grenades while sliding. It's the fastest way to throw stun grenades. And you're going to be using that on the hill. But yeah, just use 2 stun grenades, skip those enemies, and you don't have to fight those 2 guys. Not that they're difficult, but you don't have to waste your time on them. So now we have another hill. And you can kind of thin out the enemies here again with the lock-on laser before moving up. This one may be a little trickier if it's the room that I think it is, but I'm not sure if it's... I'll know when I see it again. I beat this maybe a day or 2 ago, so it's not completely fresh in my mind. Use the laser possibly to take out the turret. It's a better way to take out the turret. It takes it out fast with that laser cannon. You just gotta, melt their head. So yeah, I think this is the area. Yeah, once you get in here, it's dangerous because see, I didn't have a shotgun. I didn't have any close range weapons. That was my problem. So I was pretty much in a bad position. If I had a shotgun or something, this would have been easy. But without any close-range weapons, I had to use, I think, an extra stun grenade. And I had a hope that my shields regenerated so I could use my laser cannon. And, of course, I used my rocket at close range. But it's not always the most accurate thing to use at close range. Not a great close-range weapon for the small enemies. You can, of course, use your melee attacks, but then that drains your shields, and then you can get killed a lot easier. So it is a little tricky if you get up there without any good close-range weapons. I don't really recommend having a shotgun for this part because then you'd probably have to get rid of your rocket since you want the lock-on laser for a little while. Though, you probably could have gotten rid of the rocket. You probably, looking back, you probably didn't need the rocket for these hill segments. Because there's not really any large enemies or anything. So, I probably didn't need the rockets. I could have got it again later for the bias enemies. So, yeah, I guess in retrospect, I guess I would say it probably would have been good to have the shotgun instead of the rocket launcher for all the hill segments. So if you're watching this first before playing the game, maybe get the shotgun earlier than I did. I ended up having to get the shotgun for the hill segment because I did it a very specific way, that final hill. Very, very specific. So yeah, up here is very easy. All you got to do, use the lock-on laser from a distance and just clear out all these enemies. There may be one surviving enemy that you can't reach. But, just go down and finish it off and you'll get to the next area. The main hill is going to be coming up very soon. That's where it gets fucking ridiculous. I think this entire act took me something like 4 hours and 30 minutes or 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'll put it in the description when I post up this segment of the tutorial. I'm going to post it all in a single video eventually when I finish the game. I'm just taking my time. As I said, I beat this 9 years ago on this mode, and there were some brutal parts, but I'm doing it again because I want to record it this time, make a tutorial. It'll definitely be one of the hardest games on the channel because of those few parts. Yeah, so now the nightmare for this level begins. And this part is a bitch. So expect to die a lot. You're going to be watching these same shitty 2 cutscenes that you can't skip again and again. It's going to drive you fucking insane, most likely. It made me fucking crazy. But, this is done very specifically, so I'm going to try to detail it as I'm doing. I'm going to have to explain more of it later, but because it's only 40 seconds. The way I do it is only like a 40-second segment. So you can just roll past this transport unit. I was experimenting with roll canceling, boost roll canceling to try to move faster, but I still haven't gotten it down. I did it years ago for the final bosses, but I forgot how I did it. So yeah. For this part, boost through the gate immediately. There's going to be a stupid fucking cutscene that you're going to be watching a lot of times. Now boost to this left wall here and take cover in the middle of this wall, right in the middle of it. Use the cigarette immediately. Once you use the cigarette, boost around the wall and straight up. Now shotgun these 2 guys as you're moving into the tunnel. Get against cover on this wall. Use the cigarette immediately. Now go around this wall, boost straight up through these barriers. Throw your stun grenade as you're boosting through. Throw another stun grenade and just try to bust through here. If you need to use another stun grenade, use it, but just keep busting through here and you'll get through. Very specific. I'm going to have to explain some extra details about how the cigarettes work. Of course, while you're sliding, you throw grenades much faster. That's why I throw them while sliding. You have to take cover in the middle of that first wall because if you go on the edge, one of the robot enemies will jump over or shoot you through the edge and fuck everything up. Also, the robots will sometimes jump over the wall and melee you, and you just have to reset when that happens. It fucks up the whole cigarette process. Now, as long as you didn't throw the cigarette out, it doesn't count as being used. Now, for this part, I blind fire the lock-on and take out all these enemies. I just do that until I clear waves of them. And once I have breathing room, I fire at the main cannons. You want to take down the main cannons. So let me get more into the cigarettes. You have 3 cigarettes to use per level, pretty much. Per act, I believe. And the cigarettes waste permanently which means that the only way to get the cigarettes back is to go through the mission select menu on the title screen and select the closest mission to where you last were. Now, luckily on the hill, the part that you can select is mission 2-5, Act 2, mission 5. And that's actually like very, very close to where that final hill is, so you won't have to fight any enemies. So you can just get your cigarettes back for that part by reloading that part. And you'll get all 3 cigarettes back. But it is a pain in the ass. After you use all 3 cigarettes, you'll have to do that. It shows how many cigarettes you have remaining when you use them. It's in the area where your weapons are. It shows it very small. It's like this. It's that little cigarette icon above your laser cannon on the right side of it. But the way you use cigarettes is you get into cover and then you hit your thrust button, which is LB, and that'll use your cigarette. And as long as you don't get shot or interrupted, you'll use it. You can take a few shots, but once he throws out the cigarette counts as used, and it has an effect on the enemies. What it does, it's similar to a stun grenade, in that it makes all the enemies fire at the cigarette that you threw, and it gives you time to bust through and rush through areas. So what I'm doing with the cigarettes on the hill is I'm throwing out the cigarette to distract the enemies and save on having to use stun grenades, because I'm budgeting everything to be exact. So when I throw out the cigarette, that gives me enough breathing room to rush up to the hill and get into that tunnel where the 2 enemies are. I shotgun those 2 enemies, then I get to that barrier outside the tunnel, and I use my cigarette immediately. As soon as I take cover, I'm using a cigarette. And if that cigarette goes through, I have a good chance, because it gives me some time to roll up the hill further, and then I can use my 3 stun grenades to stun the enemies for the rest of the way to get into that entrance and up those stairs. But you really want all that shit to go through. If you miss one of the cigarettes, it becomes almost impossible with my method to get in there. So it is going to require some luck to get all those cigarettes activated as well. You don't want to get interrupted during those. And if he throws out the cigarette, it will waste, and then on your next, when you respawn again, you only have like 2 left or whatever you had left. So you'll have to go back out to the title screen, go back to mission select, and select Act 2, mission 5, and you'll be right around that area. You won't have to fight any enemies. You'll just run past a transport unit. You'll be right back there. And you'll get your cigarettes back. So just keep that in mind. The cigarettes, I underestimated how important the cigarettes were when I first got there years ago, and I think it took me like 5 hours to beat that one checkpoint. This time it took me an hour and 40 minutes, but probably because I realized how important cigarettes were, and I was willing to reset earlier on and get the cigarettes back. Because I was grinding it out for a while just trying to do it with stun grenades, and it was fucking insane. I mean, I got close, but barely. So the cigarettes really gave me the edge on that method. So yeah, not much to say here. You're going to have to clean out the Romanovs, I believe, and the 2 cannons before you get to the next checkpoint. I believe it makes you kill the Romanovs. You can't skip ahead just by blowing up part of the big machine. I think you have to take out the turrets and the Romanovs to get to the next checkpoint. You have a lot of cover here with this huge-ass crate. And, you got a lot of things you can do. The disc launcher is good for stunning them, but it barely does any damage. I think if you hit them in the head with it might take off their heads, but I'm not sure. I was just fucking around with it. The main thing I was doing was like the laser cannon and the rockets. Those are the main ways to take those guys out. And you will get a checkpoint, so if you die, you'll get your rockets back, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Just don't waste rockets on small enemies. Just use them on the Romanovs. And use your laser. They're not going to be much of a threat because they're so far in the distance. You're going to take them out the same way we've been dealing with them. Just take your time. It's easy. But yeah, blind firing the lock-on laser was the main new tactic that I introduced for this part. I kind of talked over it fast because I was trying to finish explaining, the hill, which is one of the hardest parts in the game. So I was trying to provide a little bit more detail on that. But yeah, by getting in the cover, you can blind fire the lock-on laser, as I was saying, and just wave it all around as you're holding down the fire button, and you'll lock on to tons of enemies. And you can do it real fast without putting yourself in much danger, because you're only popping out for like a split second to lock on. So I recommend doing that for that part and taking out. You want to clear out the waves of small enemies with the lock-on laser by blind firing it, and then you can concentrate on the cannons and eventually the Romanovs. I believe more and more waves of those small enemies do come in, but I think it is a limited supply of them. I don't think it's unlimited, but it gives you some breathing room before the next wave comes in to shoot at the cannons, which you're going to be using the laser cannon to mainly take those out. So now after that's done, you're going to have a very hard fight, which is with these bias enemies. Now what I recommend doing is having the rocket launcher, as I said, and you want to use all 6 rockets to take out one of the bios. So focus on one of them first. Try to ignore one of them and just focus on just one single bios. If you can group them together, you can, hit them with splash damage from the rockets, but it's better if you're just fighting them separately. Because if they're swarming you 2 at a time, you can see it gets kind of aggressive in here. I think that's what ended up happening to me, but you want to mainly just target one of them with the rockets first. Get all your rockets out on one of them. Use your stun grenades to give you some breathing room, and your hand grenades as well. Waste them all up on the enemies. Hand grenades are good, especially if the bias are close to each other, because you'll damage both of them at the same time. But yeah, once you've used up all your rockets, you can get another rocket launcher. But if you're not able to get it right away, this is where I recommend having a shotgun as a secondary weapon. You can defend yourself with that a little bit. And I was able to finish off the guy at close range with the shotgun. I used the stun because my health was bad. So I wasn't confident that I would survive without the stun grenade there. So I was able to finish him off with the shotgun. Now this part is relatively easy but tedious. It's going to be sliding across the map to get away from this guy, and then using laser cannon to fire at him from far away. And there's also another rocket available. I may have already grabbed it and used it. I probably already grabbed it and used it. I wasn't paying attention exactly what I did. But there was another rocket launcher right by this crate, if you missed it. If you rewind the video, you'll see me grab it. So if you have a rocket launcher already, you can get a second rocket launcher. So you have 6 rockets to use. Now, if you don't already have your rocket launcher to start this fight with, you can just grab the one by this crate, commit suicide, and you'll respawn with the rocket launcher in your default loadout. And then you can just grab the extra rocket launcher, get those 6 rockets. So either way, you can be equipped with 6 rockets doing that. Now what I do is I get a lot of range and use my laser cannon. Like I said, I recommend having the shotgun as a secondary by this point. You would already have the shotgun if you used my strategy for the hill. So you should already have that in your inventory. But if not, you can grab it off of like one of the weapon racks and just commit suicide. So you can start off with it. You don't even need to commit suicide. You can just grab it and use it. But all I really do here is I dash to the other side of the map using my boost slide. And I get all the way to the other side of the map, and then I just use laser cannon on him from a distance. And then when he gets close, I roll out of the way of his attack, slide back to the other side of the map. I pretty much just keep repeating that. And I do get close to death a few times. It is still dangerous, but I think this is probably the safest way to do it. It takes a while, but it works. One of them is not really that bad to deal with on this big map. You can fight them with the shotgun if you want up close, but without stun grenades, it is riskier. I do that as a last resort because I was just playing it safe. But yeah, just take your time and be careful when they get close. Get ready to get the fuck out whenever they get close. Don't try to stick around. I don't even bother fighting them because they have attacks that can go through the crate. It's kind of glitchy. They have a swiping attack. I think it kills you in one hit. And it'll go through the crate. It'll like basically glitch through the crate and kill you. So they're not too safe. Even if you're taking cover, they can still hit you through the cover sometimes, which is cheap. So here I ended up finishing him off with the shotgun. I decided because I didn't have any boost, I couldn't get away. So I think I pretty much had to fight him with the shotgun at that point. Didn't have any stun grenades. So it's good to have the shotgun when you really need to, you get in a situation like that and you have to take him out. I like using it as a backup plan for if I get trapped. But yeah, it's a tough fight. It only took me 15 minutes this time, but I think it did take me longer initially when I got there years ago. When I got there years ago, I used the LFE weapon. And I used it to group them together, to push them back so that they were all grouped together. And then I used the rocket launcher to hit them both at the same time. And I think I took them both out at a similar amount of time because I had them grouped together with the LFE. But I wasn't able to do that this time. I tried it briefly. What I did was I took cover by that big crate in the beginning on the left, and I waited for them to come around the corner both together, and then I used the LFE to group them together and rocket them both simultaneously. But I actually contributed that strategy in the GameFAQ that's up on GameFAQs by Apathy, but it didn't work for me this time, so it may not be a great strategy to use. I think the strategy I use this time is a lot more reliable. So I'm coming back to it now. I would recommend using this strategy. So yeah, now the rest of this level is really not hard at all. You pretty much almost beat this by this point. So here I was shooting that red thing because it looked like it might be a weak spot. I was unfamiliar with what exactly I needed to do. But yeah, take out these cannons when you get a chance. The Romanov with the hammer's not very dangerous. I mean, he doesn't really have any guns. You can kind of just ignore him somewhat. Take out those cannons. The laser works very well for that. I finished this one off with the shotgun because I didn't want to wait for my shields to regen. You can shoot it with the shotgun and do very little damage if you get right under it. So if you need to finish it off, you can do that quickly. I think you may need to take out these Romanovs with the hammers. These ones may also be required for the next checkpoint. So, I mean, if they get close, you can deal with them. They're both hammer Romanovs, though, so they're pretty easy. I mean, I guess they have a flamethrower, but they have to get really close to use it. So, they're not too much of a threat, as long as you keep an eye on them. But take them out when you get a chance. You have plenty of cover and areas to move around that are fairly safe. The cannon can't hit you in a lot of areas, so I mean, it's usually, it's fairly safe. Just take your time and just take these guys out. So yeah, once you're down to the last one, it's very easy. I think these ones have gas tanks on their back too, so if you shoot the gas tanks, I think you can take them out very quickly, which I probably should have done. But I wasn't really in a rush. I mean, it was an easy part. I just took my time. When you get a chance, take out the remaining cannon. I left it alone because it wasn't really a threat behind this crate. It wasn't shooting at me, so wasn't worried about it. So yeah, finish off the last guy, and I think you get a checkpoint here. Actually, no, not yet. What you have to do is after you destroy the Romanovs and the two cannons, now the weak spot will be exposed. Now, without the cannons, it's very easy. You don't need to get hit like I did. I thought that being behind the crate might give me some cover, but it doesn't work. It shoots right through the crate. So don't try to take cover on this part. Just roll out of the way. You have plenty of time to roll out of the way of it. And it doesn't one-shot kill you. It'll just wound you, and you can just roll. So there's no reason to get killed by this. So then at this point, all you need to do is melt that red thing in the that red weak point. So just use your laser cannon or your... But you probably don't have the anti-armor pistol if you've been following the guide. And you've probably wasted your rockets already. But just use the laser cannon. Very easy to take out. You just have to wait for your shields to regen with that weapon. But aside from that, it's very easy. It doesn't do any attacks except for that one power shot. So, you can even fuck up a few times. You'll be all right because you won't die in one hit. So now you get the checkpoint. And for this, I now that I have a checkpoint, you can die and get your 3 rockets back. Since you have a checkpoint, you get all your ammo replenished when you die. So I immediately used 2 of the rockets on that eyeball, that red spot. And I don't know if they both landed, but that was what I started with. And then I tried to get the 3rd one in, but I was unlucky with that. So what I ended up doing was taking out the 2 machine guns to give myself some breathing room. And then I just went and finished off the eye as usual. If you do take out the eye first before you take out the guns and shit like that, I think it may actually end the mission, but I don't remember exactly. But I mean, at this point, it's very easy. Once you got to this point, you're pretty much done. So here I take out these guns. I don't know that I needed to take them out. I just took them out because they were machine gunning me. They were kind of annoying. And then you can very easily just finish this thing off. Now, my death count is not going to be accurate for this because when I use the mission select to get the cigarettes back in Act 2, Mission 5, it reset all my deaths. So the main thing that would tell you how long it took me is the time it took me to beat, which I think, like I said, was maybe 4 hours and 40 minutes. I got to double check, but I'm going to put it in the description. And when I complete the game, I will also have my full completion time listed. The reason I have that data is because I save all the recordings, so I can see exactly how long it took me. So yeah, the mission time and the deaths is not even remotely accurate here. It was, for Act 1, it was also not accurate because I restarted, and I explained that in that video as well. Welcome back to the tutorial for Act 3, God Hard mode. And not too much in this chapter to be concerned with as far as difficulty. There's going to be one extremely difficult section in this act, but I found a really good exploit to make it really easy. So basically reducing it down to a part that'll take no skill to complete at all. So it'll basically be a free skip. I found a really good spot with some permanent cover in the tank section, which I'll explain that when I demonstrate that part. But yeah, this act took me the least amount of time of the 3 first acts so far. Act 1 took me... Well, Acts 1 and 2, they both took me about 5 hours each, total. And this act took me around 2 hours and 45 minutes. So I was definitely moving at a faster pace in this act. And then in Act 4, that had some parts that were possibly even harder, and I moved through that in about an hour and 15 minutes. I got near the end of Act 4. I'm still finishing that up now as I do this commentary. But I should have Act 4 up soon as well. So yeah, for this part, as usual, I'm going to recommend having the loadout that I have, because that's what my strategies are based around. But there is flexibility. You can always improvise, and if you have some weapons that you prefer to use instead, you can always do that, obviously. There's a lot of flexibility. You can always even come up with your own strategies or implement parts of my strategy and just adapt them to your playstyle. But for those who want to follow the guide, tightly, I would say try to keep the same loadout, which for me is I pretty much always have the laser cannon on hand because that's infinite ammo. And a rocket launcher, and then the third weapon is kind of optional for me. I usually like to have an anti-armor pistol, but there are acts that have very specific parts where I'll have either, for Act 2, on the hill it was the shotgun. That was the weapon that was really required for that hill sequence, because I needed to shotgun 2 robots to get through that part in the way that I did it. It was very specific. And for Act 4, it's going to be the lock-on laser, because you're really going to want to have that. And for other parts, too, the lock-on laser was useful, which I detailed. So sometimes that third weapon can really vary, and I would consider that third weapon like a requirement for certain parts to follow my strategies, obviously. But there's many ways to play the game. That's what's great about it. There's a lot of ways that you can go about tackling these sequences. That's why it's great to see a few different videos of this mode to really see different strategies. And it's really useful to check different videos and get find strategies that work for you. So yeah, not much to say about this part. Mainly you can hang back and just climb back up the ladders if you get overwhelmed, but you just want to wear these enemies down. There's a limited amount of enemies. Once you kill all the enemies, you will move on to the next checkpoint. So I would say, don't try to rush it unless you're playing for score or something, but if you're trying to just beat it, just stay in the back and take out the guys, take cover. And if you need to, just move back. You can go climb up the ladders and go back to the beginning of the stage. So that's why I wasn't really going into detail about this part. But yeah, I'm starting to move a lot faster now through the game, as I think my skill is improving after I beat Acts 1 and 2. I think that was a good warm-up, and I'm starting to get in a better feel and flow of the game. I think that's why I probably got through Act 3 and 4 quicker. Because Act 4 has much, much tougher parts like the drill bots and other ridiculous shit than some of the other parts. So the hill on that second act is still one of the hardest parts for me playing this game again. That checkpoint probably took me the longest of any checkpoint so far. It was an hour and 40 minutes. The 3 drill bots ended up only taking me 8 minutes to beat, which I was surprised. But those are in Act 4. But yeah, so for this part, just take cover on the corner of this pillar right here. Those machine guns won't even be able to hit you if you stay right in that little corner where you see me standing. Aside from that, if it does get blown up, the pillar, take cover on this slim little piece of cover here. And just hang out for a little while. If you don't kill these guys, they'll just leave eventually. And then what you're going to do is you're going to focus on the snipers that appear, the green robots. You see me taking them out with the pistol here. Of course, headshots are going to be your fastest, way to take them out. But they'll die eventually if you shoot at them with the anti-armor pistol. I like that pistol because it's fast and the one shot does a lot of damage. If you sit there with a machine gun, you're at a higher risk the longer you're firing on them, because one of the other snipers will just pop you and they kill you in one hit. Since in this game, in God Hand mode or God Hard mode, snipers kill you in one hit. So got to be careful about that. But it's easy. So with this, you're going to have your fight against 2 drill bots. And these guys can be very, very dangerous because they will burrow into the ground and then pop up right where your last location was. And they'll do massive damage. They can kill you in one hit if they hit you with a specific move. It's kind of like a grapple move, but it basically looks like they're drilling, doing a drill rush into you. I think it's that. I think that will kill you in one hit. But I know one of their moves does. But yeah, the basic idea is to just, the way I'm playing it, I use my stun grenades to stun them, obviously. And I was very limited in my weapons because I wasted up my rockets already. Like I said, the rocket launcher is great because 3 rockets nearly kills one of them. And if you can get some splash damage, you're hurting both of them with the rockets. So you're getting a lot of damage in if you have your rocket launcher. That's why I always recommend holding on to that. If you don't have that, you can farm the chest and probably get it if you keep suiciding and farming chests. That's how you get the loadouts you want in this game. I've explained that. And I'm going to continue to explain that because, I know some people are just going to check sections of the tutorial. They're not going to watch the whole 5-hour playthrough. So I will go over points again and again. But yeah, if you want a loadout, just farm the chest, until you get what you want. And just commit suicide. When you die, you'll still have your weapons that you picked up. Just don't go to reload checkpoint because that doesn't work. But yeah, for them, the main thing I did, I like to fight them close and roll and counter their moves. Roll through their attacks and counter their moves and try to damage them up close. Obviously, if you had a shotgun instead of the anti-armor pistol, that might even be a better thing for close range fighting. The anti-armor pistol can be great if you're landing headshots on the drill bots, but if you're not doing headshots, the shotgun's probably going to do more damage. I would think. I don't use the shotgun that much. I should use it a lot more because it's a great close-range weapon, but I kind of got comfortable with my loadout. With the laser cannon and the rocket launcher, I was able to pull a lot of bullshit most of the time. And then my third weapon is kind of optional, but like I said, for some scenarios I'll have specific weapon, a specific third main weapon. But yeah, not much tips for that, because if you have the rocket launcher, you're going to get 3 rockets in one of the drill bots and just about kill it. So focus on just one of them at first and try to get some splash damage if you can get them close together. And you can finish off that one drill bot after you've put 3 rockets into it. You can finish it off with an anti-armor pistol shots or whatever you have on hand. And then when there's only one left, it's pretty easy. You just don't let it pop up where you're standing. It doesn't really have any guns that it can fire at you, so you can just keep a distance from it and take cheap shots at it. Now for this, try to shoot the missile like you see me do here. That killed it instantly, or did massive damage to it. I don't think it killed it, but it nearly killed it. So if you can shoot the missile when it pops out, try to do that. I think it only takes 1 shot with just about any weapon to do that. So try to do it. And this part is very easy, just take some pop shots at these Romanovs, try to take them out. I finish off that one with a rocket, because every time you get a new checkpoint, if you die at that checkpoint, you get all your ammo refilled. That's what's great about holding a rocket launcher all the time, is you'll always have 3 rockets at every checkpoint. And you can pull a lot of bullshit and really thin out a lot of the checkpoints by having 3 rockets for every checkpoint. And if some checkpoints you even get a rocket drop, then that's 6 rockets, so... I think I had something like 9 rockets available on the Drillbot fight in the sniper pit on Act 4. Because I had my rockets and I think I got 2 rocket drops, but I kind of fucked it up and missed a bunch of shots with the rockets, which was, not very good playing. So yeah, this part is the brutal part I was talking about. It can be extremely difficult, but I have a trick here. What I recommend is immediately, boost to this area right here, behind one of the transports up the stairs. Now, the enemies don't seem to really pay much attention to this area. So what you can do now is you have a permanent piece of very high cover, so you're not going to have to worry about getting shot as long as you're behind it. And if enemies do want to get to you, they're going to have to channel through this narrow passage to get to you. And, of course, you're going to annihilate them when they try to do so. So, luckily I found this exploit. I'm guessing I may have also found this 9 years ago, but I can't remember because it was so long ago. But I beat this mode 9 years ago, but I don't remember a lot of the stuff that I did for specific, parts. But I don't remember this part giving me a lot of trouble, and I think that's probably because I probably found this trick back then, too. Because I would have remembered this shit, most likely. This is a very hard part if you don't do this. If you try to fight them in the center, it's an extremely aggressive part. You have to take out, I believe, 5 robots before you trigger the cutscene where the tank comes in. And you can do that pretty quick by rocketing. If you do use lock-on rockets on the transports as they're opening up, you can take out all the bogies in both of the transports immediately as they spawn, pretty much. And you'll get the tank cutscene immediately where the tank comes out. But I didn't do that here because this was my first time finding this exploit, so I didn't even know I was going to find it when I rushed to this area. I just tried it. So I didn't have it planned out. I was just trying something, and it ended up working out. Once I got in this area, it was very easy. And I actually recommend saving the rockets anyway to take out the back of the tank. It's faster than trying to shoot at it with your, pellet shooters. I mean, the laser cannon does damage, but it doesn't last very long. The beam, and also if you get hit, of course, you have to retreat because it sucks out your AR energy, which keeps you alive. So the laser cannon can be limited. I mean, it does work because you can do this all day. You're safe. If you get hit, you just got to remember to flip out, back into this area and just wait. It's definitely a very exploitative way to play this part. That's usually the kind of shit that I'm pretty good at finding in games, exploits. So that's why my tutorials will probably have some interesting shit that you won't see in other tutorials, because I will end up looking for any ways I can to try to exploit the AI. And I tend to find those a lot. So yeah, the tank doesn't seem to drive in here. At least when I was playing this part, the tank never came into this area. If it does, if it did fully make it into this area, you could definitely have some problems, but it's not a big deal because now that you know this safe spot, you can just, if you die, just come back here again and try it again. The tank is eventually not going to drive into this area. If it does at all, I think it may not even be allowed to come in here, but I didn't test it for long enough. You see the tank is already dead, so it's easy. Just have your rocket launcher with your 3 rockets so that you can use that on the rear of the tank. Try to lock onto the rear of the tank where that red weak spot is, because when the rocket hits that, it does massive damage. And really, that's about it for this part. I mean, you're going to have to clean up all the robots, but you can take your time doing so. I mean, they're not going to be much of a threat. They seem to be all fucking around in the middle of the stage. So, I never had any come in this area and try to approach me or anything, so... and if I did, they would have been wiped out. So, yeah, very easy. And after you beat this, you've just beaten the hardest part of the entire act. And you can see it's very easy with this trick. So really, this is not a hard act at all if you do this. But there's still definitely some parts that'll, as usual, will provide some challenge. There'll be some challenging parts, but it's not going to be anything for you at this point since you've made it this far. So yeah, there's only a few enemies left at this point. You can take them out at your own leisure. See, I died 34 times, so this was not something that I found quickly at all. It did take me a little while to... I tried fighting them in the middle for a while, but it wasn't going too well. I would have been playing it a lot longer if I had to, to do it that way. So yeah, here you can kind of just pick up whatever weapons you want. I pretty much recommend that trio of weapons that I have. But, that's just to apply the strategies I've been using. Some of these, you can swap out other long-range weapons if you want. The laser cannon is good, though, because if you have, like, a heavy machine gun instead of a laser cannon as your long-range weapon, the heavy machine gun does run out of ammo pretty quickly, as do all the machine guns. So, you're not going to be able to sit back there forever. Eventually, you're going to have to do ammo runs, which can get dangerous. I like the laser cannon because, it does use up your AR bar, but at least it has infinite ammo. So you can, if you find a safe spot, you can pull a lot of bullshit. And it has a massively long range. So it has a lot of advantages. Even though it does have the disadvantage of using up your AR bar and putting you at, at more risk to get killed with lower health. But it's a pretty good balance. Sometimes I was actually suiciding on checkpoints just to get my rockets replenished. So sometimes some of my deaths will be from that. Or from just trying to grab weapons and die so that I have the loadout that I want. So there's some of that on some parts. I don't think I was really doing that at this point too much, but certain areas I do that. This is a very easy area. Just take out these red gorgies. Use whatever you want at this point. I was using the laser cannon initially, but then as my health got low, I like to switch to the anti-armor pistol and just go for the headshots. Take out this flying thing, because that's going to be the main nuisance. There are guys with rockets, but you're pretty safe behind this cover as long as you don't pop up in front of the rocket. The flying thing is probably the biggest threat because it's above you, so, I would say, take that out first. But yeah, the good thing about the anti-armor pistol, as you can see, is those headshots kill those things instantly. So if you can pop them off quickly, those headshots, you will get fast kills and be able to keep moving. So yeah, for this part, you're mostly going to be skipping the combat. So you want to try to dash through here. And you don't really want to be in that red critical mode by the time you get to this bus here. You want to be able to get through pretty cleanly. And then, just keep rolling because you're not going to have your boost meter full at this point probably. And use one of the rockets to take out this walking mech, walking machine. I like to kill that immediately. Now take cover behind this barrier and use your remaining 2 rockets, to splash damage these Romanovs together. And throw out all your grenades and your stun grenade and all that to keep them stunned, to keep them in place. And then you can kind of just use your rockets to splash damage both of them. And that was pretty much it. That's a quick way to do that checkpoint. And once you've killed enough guys, I think mainly the Romanovs you have to kill, maybe the walking mech. But once you kill all that shit, the gate will open and just bust through. You don't have to kill the last guy if you don't want to. So yeah, this part, not too difficult. You're kind of going to just make a rush for it and plant the bombs. I think I'm going to kill a few enemies in the beginning of this part, but yeah, not too many. Okay, actually, this is a different part. This is the monorail. I think this is the really irritating. Yeah, this is the irritating sniper sequence. Now, I got lucky this time, and I beat this section on my first try. But I remember in the past, failing this a decent amount of times and having to go through this slow-moving sequence a bunch of times. Very irritating sequence. It's just not good gameplay-wise. You know what I mean? It's very boring. So what you want to do here is get the sniper rifle. You have to use the sniper rifle because in this mission it's silenced. So grab one of the sniper rifles and use that. If you use any other weapon, you'll trigger the alarms and you can very easily fail the mission. So only use the sniper rifle. I actually used the wrong weapon at the end and triggered the alarm, but I was already so far out they couldn't do anything. So yeah, you're going to see these red circles on the spotlights that you need to take out, so just zoom in and take those out as they show up. This is an easy part. It's just very annoying because if you have a small fuck up, you have to redo everything, and it's just very tedious. But luckily, I got it on the first try, so I didn't have to go through this slow-moving bullshit again. This is the worst section of the game to me. It's just not a fun section, It's really the only bad part of the game. It's not that it's that bad, but compared to the rest of the game, it's just a boring, irritating part. So it's one of the weaknesses of a, incredibly good game. One of my favorites of all time. It's a great example of a game, not having to be long to be incredibly good. This is a pretty short game, but maybe about 5 hours long, or maybe on normal maybe even 4 and something. It depends how much you die, obviously, but let's say 6 hours, and it's a great game. So yeah, for that pilot, you're going to want to headshot him when you see the red circle come up. See that? Zoom in and go for a headshot. Now I don't know if I even got this shot. I think that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, it looks like it should have hit to me. I mean, it looks like I should have hit the head several times, but I don't know if I did. But I just continued, after he passed, I just continued shooting at the lights. Now I'm getting attacked by missiles here, so maybe that means that I didn't get the shot in. And I still see the transport driving around, so maybe I fucked it up. So, I'm not sure if they're always going to fire missiles at you like this, because like I said, I only tried this sequence one time. I beat it on my first try this time, so I don't know all the details. I don't remember everything from 9 years ago, but if it does start shooting missiles at you, shoot the missiles down and then snipe the thing that's shooting the missiles and take it out. It only takes one bullet to take that missile launcher out. And then take out the remaining lights. Now, you think you're in the clear here, and you almost are, but I think a few more spotlights appear near the end. So just be ready to snipe those. If you're not paying attention, you could miss it. I guess you could say that I used cheat codes in this instance because I used a code to unlock God Hard mode, if you would really consider that a cheat. I used a code to get the privilege to play the hardest mode in the game. I just didn't want to go through normal again because, normally you have to go through normal to unlock God Hard. And, I've beaten the game a bunch of times. So for this remastered version, I wanted to save myself the time and just learn the whole game over again on the hardest difficulty setting, which is, never really a good idea, but sometimes that's the way I like to do things. But it definitely caused me to sharpen up my skills pretty quickly, playing on God Hard. So yeah, this is the part I was thinking about when I started ranting about the bombs earlier. So this is that part. And actually, I don't end up blazing through here. I think I ended up taking my time initially and taking out some of the enemies, if I remember right. Now here I'm doing stupid shit like shooting the explosive barrels because I didn't know exactly what they wanted me to do. Then I finally realized that there was an opening on the monorail and I could leave. I just didn't see that initially, so I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? So yeah, so now that shit gets rolling, I do take out a few of the initial, enemies to clear a little bit of a space for myself. So I recommend doing that first, because there's a lot of fucking enemies to try to just rush through. You'll probably end up getting killed. So I would say thin it out a little bit. Get most of these assholes killed. And if you hang back here, it's obviously very easy. Just take your pistol shots when you can. If you're using laser cannon, try to use that. But laser cannon's a little harder to use here because, if you get shot, you have to wait for your AR bar to recharge. You can't use the laser cannon when you're flashing like that. So that's why I like having a pistol available as a secondary long-range weapon. That's one of the reasons I keep it on hand. Because, I can't always get those laser cannon shots in quick. I have to, wait around a lot for it to recharge. So, yeah, so up here, I don't think there's much going on up here. I just waste a rocket because this is a very easy section, so I get my rockets back at every checkpoint anyway since I carry that as a primary weapon. So I use a rocket on the turret for an easy kill, and it destroys the turret as well, which you're not going to need. And, mop up some of these loose enemies. And then you're just going to plant your final bomb, the second bomb, and then you can detonate it at the end of that corridor. But yeah, I recommend clearing most of this shit out because, if you boost to the end and you leave these guys lingering around, they can cause problems. Of course, these guys are dangerous when you take off their legs. They will sometimes try to crawl on their stomach and attack you and explode, so just be wary. They have quite a long crawling range. I'm not sure if this area has infinite respawns of enemies, because I didn't spend a lot of time here, but I would say once you have it pretty clear on the left side here, if there's one or two guys, don't worry too much about it, but if you have it mostly clear, I'd say go down and plant your bombs and, go in there and just take out the remaining enemies if you need to. But you want to go all the way to the end of this corridor here and detonate the bomb. Now, I don't know if you need to go all the way to the end. I was just doing it to be safe. But I would just boost all the way to the end and then detonate the bomb so I don't get blown up. But, you may not even have to go that far away from the bridge to do that. Now, here I wasted another rocket just to save myself some time. I mean, I have 3 rockets left at this point. I must have got a refill of them or something because I know I used one. So, yeah, I just start wasting up my rockets because all I have to do now is get back into the train. Very easy segment, not hard. Just take your time. You play it patiently. It's another easy part. There's a boss fight coming up here, the buzzard, that's a little bit difficult. It took me some tries because I wasn't damaging him enough, and he would destroy the monorail. Because at one point he grabs onto the monorail, and once he does that, he can destroy the monorail very quickly. And if you don't have his health down low already, he'll just destroy the monorail. You won't be able to defeat him in time. So the goal here for this boss is to do as much damage in as short amount of time as you can. That's what you want to be doing. So I start off with the laser cannon. I try to hit that red glowing part. I think that does the most damage to him. But as long as you're all the way back here, his laser won't even reach you. And when he does his swarm of missiles, just take cover in the weapon rack here. If you just run into this weapon rack in this corner, he won't be able to hit you with his missiles or his machine gun fire. See right in this corner? Most of his attacks are very, very easy to dodge. The challenge here is just damaging him enough. That was the main challenge I had with this part, where it took me a number of tries because I wasn't getting enough damage. So you want to be aggressive with your damage output on him. The heavy machine gun was pretty decent for doing long-range damage, so I picked up one of those. I did not like the sniper rifle. I don't like the sniper rifle at all in this game. I find it very cumbersome to aim with. Most games I can snipe pretty quickly and pull off headshots fast, but in this, I find it disorientating. Every time I zoom in, I'm disoriented in this game. I don't know why. But, yeah, so it's not really... And it doesn't do a lot of damage, really, I find. So I found I was better off with the heavy machine gun and the laser cannon. And, of course, I saved my 3 rockets for when he grabs onto the ship because I want to do max damage. So, see, watch. When he latches on, that's when I pull out my rockets. And I'm doing a reload cancel trick where while the rocket is reloading, I was switching my weapons, and then I switch back to the rocket, and then the rocket is fully reloaded. It's a faster way to fire rockets, and I've mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again because I'll definitely be doing it again later on. But you want to do that here too because it'll give you'll get those free rockets in a lot faster if you do that, and that's going to help you because you want to take, like I said, you want to get as much damage in as possible on him before he takes over that, destroys that monorail. So yeah, basically save those 3 rockets and save all your grenades, including your stun grenades for when he grabs on. Then you can throw your stun grenades and your hand grenades and all your rockets when he's latched onto the ship. And just do as much damage as you can while he's floating around. And like I said, very easy to dodge his attacks using that weapon rack. And staying far back, his laser can't reach you. So there shouldn't be much of a problem with that. So now this part, just stay behind this vehicle here for a little while. And when you get a chance, you're going to want to rush up to the turrets up that slope. Use a stun grenade and just try to dash through if you can. I wasn't always able to pull this off because sometimes I'd get gunned down before I could get up. But as long as you can get up there, just snap into cover real fast on one of these barriers. You should get up here eventually. It's not too hard to get up here. You could also, of course, waste cigarettes if you want, and you can get them back by reloading at the title screen, but the cigarette will distract enemies, obviously. So yeah, you got to clear out these enemies first, and I think there's another wave that appears after I get off the turret. I think I had thought that I killed everything. So yeah, I leave the turret. I'm getting ready for the waves to come on this side, but they never show up because I had a few more enemies I had to clear out. But yeah, I mean, if you don't clear them out in time, the most they're going to do is waste your time, I think. Though after you clear out the ones on the back over here, once you clear out these enemies, you're going to have to protect the vehicles. As of now, I think you don't have to protect them at all, but now you're going to have to protect them. So all you have to do here is take out these vehicles quickly. So you want to be firing on them immediately when they show up. And the vehicles are going to be the main priority, not so much those small little red soldiers. I mean, you probably should kill them too, but you want to focus on the vehicles that come out. I finished these guys off with the laser cannon because the turret doesn't really reach. So yeah, now focus all your fire on these vehicles and try to hit that red stem. I think that does the most damage on these things. Since you can't shoot them in the back because they're not going to be showing their back to you. So take out that little stem, that turret, and then finish off the body of the tank. But yeah, the main thing here is just to be firing on them like very quickly as they appear. So you get used to where they're going to spawn at next. But it's easy. It took me a few tries, but it's not hard. If one of your turrets runs out of ammo, just switch to the other turret. Luckily, they don't overheat like they do in most other turret sequences in games. But they do run out of ammo. Sometimes your vehicle gets in the way of you trying to fire on these things, and it can be a little bit annoying. I believe you can lose a transport or two and still beat this part. It's pretty forgiving. It's not too hard. But if you get too sloppy with letting these things get through, you will lose. But after the tanks are taken care of, you're going to jump down automatically. The cutscene will play. So now this next part is very, very easy. All you're going to do is boost to the far end of the screen. Get the weapons you want from all these crates. Check the crates if you don't have the weapons that you want. But if you're uncertain of what to expect, then again, I would recommend just following my loadout, because that ends up being, usually what ends up being used. Now, sometimes I do switch it by committing suicide, and of course I don't show that in the tutorial, but you'll just see me have different weapons since it's edited. But you're going to mostly notice that I have the same two main weapons, which is usually the rocket launcher and the laser cannon. Now, in this instance, I don't have the rocket launcher at this point, because what I did was I reloaded the mission. I spent an extra 20 minutes on this mission because I reloaded it and replayed the first few segments, because I knew I could do a better job at bypassing this part that's coming up after this, after you take out that little afterburner on the bottom. That's very easy to do. You just don't, you don't really, you can get hit by it. It doesn't really matter if it stomps down and damages you, because it won't kill you. So it's really not much to say, but just shoot up at it, and that's about it. But yeah, I spent an extra 20 minutes because I wanted to redo all these sections here. And, because I spent a long time fighting when I didn't need to. I had a long, drawn-out firefight on this exact checkpoint. And then I realized, you can skip this entire section. So I'll show you how I skipped it. It'll make it a lot easier. Because otherwise you have a big, drawn-out fight where you have to destroy a bunch of turrets and a bunch of other shit. And a bunch of enemies. So yeah, I use my stun grenade and then I rocket these guys. I like to clear out this top area of enemies. You don't have to, but it makes it a lot easier to have this area safe. So yeah, a few use a stun grenade and then, empty out your rockets on these guys. The splash damage will fuck them up, and then finish off whatever's left with the anti-armor pistol. A headshot will do the trick. Then for these guys, use one of your stun grenades, and you can follow it up with a grenade if you land it right. But I missed. Or you can just, once you stun them, you can just clean them out with the anti-armor. Or yeah, probably the anti-armor pistol is a good choice, because, the laser cannon is going to be hard to use here with all this, all the damage you would take. Wait for that to retract into the ship, and now start making your way down here. Use your stun grenades, and then now just, boost over to this small piece of cover here. And take cover right where you see me taking cover. And now just hang out here for a moment. And, the cutscene will play and you've beaten that checkpoint. Otherwise, you're going to have a long fight. It's really not a hard fight, but it takes long. It's very tedious. You have to take out all these guns and shit. I didn't want to have that the longer version in the tutorial because I thought it was way too drawn out. That having a firefight and not knowing what the fuck I was doing, so I decided I would spend an extra 20 minutes to replay those parts again. That's the first time that I redid anything in the tutorial. Normally, I'm just showing my playthrough and putting commentary over it about what I did, just showing what I actually did. But for that part, I decided it would be easy to refine that for the tutorial since I am making a tutorial out of it. Of course, if I wasn't capturing and I was playing it like I did years ago, I would just take whatever victory I got and just move on. Since there was no video of anything. But now it's cool to be able to make videos of this shit, so it motivates me to sometimes do parts over and get a better run. This part's very easy. You're just going to take cover at various walls, maybe take out a few of these guys, but there's really not much of a threat here. I beat this, the first time I played it. So If an enemy causes you a problem, maybe, take it out next time when you respawn, but there's not much here. I believe at the end of this little trip that we're taking here, I believe there's a checkpoint right at the end. So what you can do is, and what I did was, I committed suicide at the checkpoint because I wanted to take out this next little boss really quickly. And with a rocket launcher, as you see, I did pick up a rocket launcher again. With that rocket launcher, I can make really quick work of the unknown, the little boss fight coming up in a moment. So I recommend, if you're still holding on to the rocket launcher, as I recommend, I would recommend committing suicide to make this fight much faster. Because then you'll have 3 rockets, you'll have all your stun grenades and hand grenades, and you can just beat the shit out of this guy. Plus, all my ammo was drained at this point, so I would have had to use the laser cannon or swap out one of my weapons, during the fight. So yeah, so here I committed suicide, and you're gonna see now it's edited. So now I have all my rockets back. So now once you have your rockets back, throw a stun grenade, lock on, use your rocket, throw another stun grenade, repeat. And he's mostly dead now, and then if you want, use another stun grenade, repeat for the 3rd rocket. And now I just throw out all my hand grenades to unload those, and now he's almost dead. So, that one little barrage can kill him almost instantly. I mean, not instantly, but before he has a chance to do any attacks, you can almost have him dead. Now I did end up having to finish off his remaining slivers of health with my anti-armor pistol, but if done right, you could probably wipe him out. If I would have gotten maybe a melee attack at the end of all that, I probably would have killed him. So that might be something to consider if you want to kill him all in one combo. It may be possible with that. I'm sure there's some interesting things you can do with the shotgun as well. If you have that, you may be able to do some crazy shit up close with that. But either way, very easy if you do that. It's not even a fight at that point. Now for this part, just for fun, I committed suicide again because I'm not worried about death count. So, and the reloads are really fast on the Xbox Series X on this remastered version. It's like 2 seconds to reload after you die. So anyway, what I did was, I committed suicide here, so you're going to see another edit. And then I have all my rockets back. So obviously, you don't have to fight these guys when you have the rockets. You just shoot down at your feet here and do that twice, and you've wiped out that whole wave of enemies. So very, very quick way to end that sequence. Though if you've been carrying a rocket launcher around, you're probably not having any trouble with that part. But there are times like that where I would commit suicide to get my ammo back. So it is cool to be able to do that when you have the rocket launcher. Is a great one to replenish for a lot of the checkpoints. Though I admit most of the game didn't give me much trouble at all. Most of it was pretty easy for me, aside from a very few specific parts were potentially brutal. I actually ended up beating some of these parts a lot quicker than I expected my second time around 9 years later through this mode. I didn't expect to beat the drill bots with the sniper pit in 8 minutes. I thought that was going to take a long ass time. So yeah, actually, like I said, the hill was the worst in Act 2. That gave me the most trouble so far in my second run through. Now you can skip those guys as you saw me do. Use your stunner. Not too complicated there. They give you several checkpoints throughout this area, so it's very easy. For this, I recommend using your rockets to take out this guy because he causes problems when you're trying to dash through the tunnel. He'll drain your dash meter, so you're going to be moving very slow, and of course you're going to get roasted by the beam. So just take him out first. Got stuck there for a moment. The dashing can sometimes be a little finicky. It's not always the best control. Though even the Xbox One Elite controller has these dead zones on the analogs, that's kind of annoying, but it's not as tight as a Sony controller, like a PS4 analog or something like that. One big disadvantage of the Xbox One controllers. I don't remember the 360 having as much of an issue with that. The Xbox 360 I originally beat this on Xbox 360 on God Hard. Though the other issue with the Elite controllers is that they have horrible fucking durability. I've been through several of them already. Luckily, I have to keep buying $40 Best Buy warranties to keep them alive. So yeah, now you're gonna be on, after you've cleared out this little area. I think there was a few enemies. You're gonna be at another checkpoint here, and it's actually really easy. I didn't play it very very smartly. I was like right in the spawn zone. I think I beat this on my first try, so I didn't know what was coming up. Yeah, I beat this section on my first try, so I got lucky. So yeah, start off by using your rockets on these guys, or on the first robot. I mean, that's what I like to do. And if you can take out some robots with the rockets from the splash damage, do that too. Now these guys are going to spawn right on top of me, but I didn't know that they were going to spawn into thin air, really. I probably should have realized when I saw the electricity everywhere, but I decided I would stay in close and see what I could do. So yeah, I get grabbed here, and now I break out of it by wiggling the analog, and as soon as I did that, I kicked the guy into the pit, so it actually ended up working out. Because, normally that would take longer to have to fight him normally with no rockets or anything. So yeah, that made it a lot easier. You might be able to replicate that if you really wanted to, but I probably wouldn't risk it. Because there's a good chance that instead of grabbing you, he'll just do a one-hit kill move or something like that. So I don't know if it's easy to intentionally get grabbed. I've never tried to do that. But either way, if you need to, retreat back behind the crates and just take little cheap shots at them. Eventually you wear those guys down. If you're using the anti-armor pistol, you can take heads off of Romanovs, and then it'll be completely blind and just throw out random attacks, and they can't target you at all because they don't know where you are. So you can always do that if you're having trouble. For this part, I just waste my 3 rockets because, again, I have rocket launcher as my main weapon that I'm using. So I immediately just fire a rocket at each one of those vehicles, or not really vehicles, but they're little containers that guys can hang out in, and they tend to congregate around those things. So I just put a rocket on each one, and it cleared that out very fast. Then you can just take the elevator up. And of course, like I said, if you have the rocket, you can always suicide and get 3 rockets for every checkpoint. So a lot of these easier checkpoints are going to be a joke with that. So yeah, you can kind of just hang out here, throw out some of your stun grenades, pick off the enemies with your basic weapons. Once you've cleared out all these red guys, then you can start moving in a little closer. I believe there's a Romanov moving around. So yeah, as you come in here, you see a bunch of enemies appearing. It actually looked like a Romanov suit, potentially. I wonder if you can ride in it and use it. I'm not even sure. Because I don't use vehicles in this mode because of how dangerous this mode is. I just prefer to use my regular weapons and take cover. Vehicles put you at a huge risk because there's animations with getting in and getting out of them. And you usually move slow in those riding vehicles, which I don't like. But yeah, you just have to fuck around there for a little while and take out some enemies, and eventually the elevator will be ready. Just get in the elevator and you can bypass all that. This is more of a cinematic part where it keeps showing you that there's shit falling around you. But there's nothing challenging here. So yeah, for this room, I go the method of skipping all the enemies again by throwing out the stun grenade and going straight to the elevator. Just make sure you hit X as soon as you hit the elevator, or the zip. I don't know what the fuck you would call that, but it takes you up or down, depending. So yeah, just hit X on those immediately and you'll go up very fast. If you're mashing X, it helps because you'll be hitting X immediately as you touch it. So for this part, I use 3 rockets. 1 at my feet to take out the enemies and 1 for each transport. And by doing that, it's completely clear. So now you can hit this console. So yeah, like I said, you get rockets so easily since there's a lot of checkpoints, so you can take out parts like this very easily and quickly. But yeah, one rocket for each transport, and then one near your feet for the bogies. So now you have a bunch of these assholes listening to some music or some shit. So just stun them and kill them. You will have to fight an unknown after this. It's another one of those unknown enemies that you fought. Now, if you used your rockets on that part, you're not going to have them for this fight. So that is something to consider. If you don't need them and you want to take out the transports normally, you can try just taking cover and taking them out normally with your regular weapons. But I found it to be kind of a pain in the ass. So I just preferred to use my rockets and then just deal with this fight when I got to it with just whatever weapons I had. I think I'd pick up some weapons on the field, maybe an LFE or something like that, but this is really not a hard fight regardless because this enemy doesn't have a lot of dangerous moves. So, either way, this is not going to be a difficult fight, really. If you've made it this far, I don't think this is going to give you too much trouble. But you're mainly going to be firing at that exposed bulb. There's some ways to get his armor off, like melee attacks. I find it better if you can get the melee attack on that bulb, it's good. But see, melees are always risky in this game because they leave you with no armor. But, on this guy, I didn't feel like it was too dangerous because there's so much, cover that you can get behind, and there's not a lot that he can really do if you're behind cover. So, I don't mind using my melee attacks sometimes on this guy. If you want to play it really safe, then just use guns on that bulb and grenades and shit like that. It gets a little dangerous here. He's getting pretty aggressive. But you can kind of just play ring around the rosy here by just going around in circles in the crate. And once your meter is charged up, you can use your laser cannon, which is not a great choice for this guy. If you're low on ammo and using your laser cannon, it's not going to be a great choice. I started, at this point, decided to just use melee attacks on him, so I was just waiting for it to charge so I could smack him around. That was my strategy at this point, because I found, it's effective enough. It didn't damage him that time. Sometimes it won't damage him, and I don't think it took his armor off either, so I don't know how that works. But anyway, I decided to pick up the LFE, and that actually worked well on him. It's slow, but it does good damage when it lands. So just pick up the LFE if you want and use that. That'll do a lot of damage. Makes the fight a lot easier. I just finished it off with a melee. I'm usually pretty resistant to picking up weapons on the field because I usually have the loadouts that I want. And, I don't want to risk losing my weapons. You can see, because now since I picked the LFE up, my weapon that I swapped it out with somehow disappeared. I think my pistol disappeared. So it always seems like there's a risk when you swap out weapons that, your weapon may end up disappearing for some reason. I don't know why that happens. So it did happen to me in this case, and I decided to just pick up the sniper rifle, even though I don't like it. But at least it offers a ranged option. So yeah, by this point you're at the end of the level. So now all you have to do is a little quick time event. And for this part all you have to do is just, you're going to want to take out one of the enemies. There's a transport, and you're going to want to at least take out one of them. And then you should have enough room to do the quick time event. I found out, I was trying to just do the quick time event without even killing anything, just to get it over with, but I kept getting interrupted. See? I go in and try to do it again, but it's I was pretty stubborn with that. But eventually I decided, you know what, fuck it, I'll just kill this guy. And I think after killing one transport unit, I think I had enough space. It's easier for me to usually burn them burn the actual guys driving and shooting than the actual unit itself, which takes a lot of damage to take down. Now, of course, if I would have reset, I could have got my rocket ammo back. Committed suicide, got my rocket ammo back. But this is a very easy part, so I didn't need to bother with all that. I should have Act 4 up soon. That's going to be a lot harder than this. Welcome back to Act 4 of the tutorial. There's an extremely difficult segment in this act. And there's a few other hard parts. There's a fight against two bias enemies again at the same time, which we fought earlier in the game. But this time, it's in a little bit more of a confined space, but it's not too bad. Since you've done the fight, it's basically the same fight again. So I'm going to recommend getting the lock-on laser as early as possible in this level. So I would say swap out the, if you've been following my guide and my weapon loadouts, I would say swap out the anti-armor pistol, which is the kind of the third optional weapon in my arsenal. I usually have the laser cannon and the rocket launcher as my two main weapons. And the third weapon is always optional for me. And so the anti-armor pistol you're not really going to need. The laser cannon takes care of a lot of that, longer range type of shit. So you're definitely going to want to get the lock-on laser. So I would recommend, maybe you could try, suicide farming where you go to a chest and then commit suicide until you get the weapon you want. But you can probably wait a little while. You probably don't have to do it right in this area because there's a chest kind of far out in this area. It's not really worth doing. As you may know, once you die with a new weapon equipped, it stays in your inventory when you respawn. So that's how you can get any loadout that you want. But you're going to want the lock-on laser because it's useful for many segments of this stage, as well as pretty much it's a requirement for the drill bots. The 3 drill bots in the sniper pit is one of the hardest parts in the game, but I have a strategy to make it a lot easier. There's definitely a method to it. Otherwise, you just get one shot killed, and you don't really have time to take out the snipers with the drill bots going crazy. So the only way to really do it is to use the lock-on laser. I mean, that's the way I do it anyway. I mean, you could try to snipe them all individually with a different weapon, but it's going to take a lot longer. While you're proceeding through here, this part's really easy, but just make sure you take out those green snipers because they will one-shot kill you. And here there's a lock-on laser. I don't know if it's always in that rack, but just make sure you get it early on in this stage. You're going to want it as early as possible. It's really useful for taking out these smaller enemies as well, so it actually does help with all that. You can just blind fire it, real quickly and then get back into cover. You don't have to aim it. It's usually good not to aim the weapon at all. It's better to just blind fire it, hold it down, and do it that way with the right trigger. So once you clear out this area with the lock-on laser, you can start moving up. You're going to have to fight a Romanov here. I think there's 2 of them in this area, but I mean, it's not too difficult. You have a lot of weapons. I mean, I don't know if you get a checkpoint up into this area. I think you do. I think you get a checkpoint at these 2 Romanovs. So if you have the rocket launcher, as I recommend, you could just die and get your rockets back if you use them. And then you could, easily take out one of them with the 3 rockets and, maybe a few grenades, a grenade or 2. You have a decent amount of room to dodge their attacks. The lock-on laser does a little bit of damage to them when they're far away. It's decent to use when they're at a distance. You can get some chip damage in. When there's only one of them, you can safely do a melee attack on them and just roll away. Because as long as you're paying attention to them, they shouldn't hit you because they're easy to predict when there's just one of them. They do come up out of the ground right where your last location was, so you got to be careful with that. But once you've dealt with them, you kind of know what they do. So yeah, here you have to just wait a little while for this door to open. This is a larger fight, but I found this real easy with the lock-on laser and just taking cover. You can really take out a lot of enemies by using a lock-on laser. You know, plus you have a checkpoint here, so if you die, you have your 3 rockets back, all your grenades. So you have a lot of shit that you can use. Try to aggressively use the lock-on laser as soon as all these red robots spawn. Take out a lot of them. I mean, it's pretty fucking easy. Just, you know, run back and forth with the lock-on. So here, if you want, you can use the rockets on these Romanovs to take one of them out. You may be able to catch both of them in the blast if you can, you know, get extra damage, but it's not really necessary. There may only be one Romanov here and some regular robots, so it's really not too bad. The laser cannon is good to have as well because you can get back here pretty safe behind one of these trees and, you know, take these enemies out pretty easily. Since it has infinite ammo. Yeah, so this part's pretty easy. There's a little bit of a closer combat area over here that's a little bit harder. But you get a few checkpoints in this area, so it's pretty easy overall. Actually, no, this is not the area I was thinking about yet. Let me see. I don't think it is. Maybe, yeah, no, this is it. This is the area I was thinking about. But yeah, this area is not hard because, you know, you have checkpoints, and each checkpoint you get all your ammo back when you die. So if you got rockets and shit, you can really clear out some of the groups with that. The turret is decent to use initially. You can shoot that barrel and kill some guys. But I didn't end up using it much because you get killed so fast in this mode. So sitting on the turret is always dangerous. So this is another area where the lock-on laser works really well. And I mean, you're pretty safe behind this crate unless enemies start running towards you, but you can just deal with them as they get past your attacks. You don't really have to be conservative with rockets, so if you need to, you can just fire a rocket at your feet. It won't hurt you, and it'll kill whatever's in front of you, so you can do that if you need to. Since we don't really have a proper close-range weapon with this loadout, but you don't really need it with the rocket. You know, you have 3 basically, you know, emergency uses of if an enemy gets close, you can just detonate a rocket on them. Should be good enough. You can use your stuns and grenades here as the enemies are all jumping into these groups, and you'll kill a lot of them. So that's a good way to deal with them. For this next part, I like getting in this corner right here in this hallway. And there's going to be there's going to be 2 spawn areas where the enemies come out of the ship. I think I ended up clearing out a lot of them, even though you can't really see because of the grass. But it seemed to have worked. So yeah, I fire one in there. I guess that killed 2 enemies, or 3 enemies actually. And then there's another spawn in this ship right here that I'm going to shoot at. And I believe that cleared out some enemies too, because I didn't have a lot of enemies come up in this area, so I'm assuming that a lot of them got wiped out. Or maybe I just killed 4 enemies with the rockets, which wasn't really... You can definitely kill more, but it's good enough because there's not much left at this point. you can finish the remaining scragglers with your lock-on laser pretty easily. So it's good enough. For this part, you just get on the elevator and just wait around. You may have some enemies try to approach you, but there's not going to be much action in here. You have to wait for your allies to get in here. So if you want to speed it up, you can kill some of these guys, because the allies are very bad at killing enemies. So yeah, coming up pretty soon is going to be the drill bot part, which is one of the hardest parts of the game, not including the final boss, which is way fucking harder than anything else in the game. But for the regular checkpoints of the game, it's one of the hardest ones. Though I had the most trouble with the hill for some reason on Act 2, the main hill, which took me an hour and 40 minutes. That was the single longest checkpoint that I got stuck on when coming back to God Hard mode 9 years later. So I had to relearn the game. Actually, this drill bot sequence that's going to be coming up a little later actually only took me 8 minutes to beat, which I was surprised. I mean, I already knew the strategy I was going to use, so I kind of remembered that strategy with the lock-on laser, but I thought it was going to take, potentially a very long time. So yeah, for this part, you can use your lock-on laser to kind of damage these guys and roll around. They're not too good at hitting you, it doesn't seem. I didn't have a problem. I didn't die in this at all, so I mean, I found it very easy. Now, if you did die here for whatever reason, then you could use your rockets and just make it real quick. With 3 rockets, you could wipe all those guys out real fast. So, that's one of the benefits of always having a rocket launcher as one of your primary weapons. At each checkpoint, you can get a full refill of 3 rockets. And when you, add in the 3 grenades and the 3 stun grenades that you always have, it's good. So yeah, I use my rockets here just to wipe these guys out real fast and get them off my ass, because the buzzard here, the boss, is very, very easy. So I'd rather just kill these guys with the rockets. Now, if you wanted to, you could have saved your rockets for the buzzard. But I didn't even really know that, I don't know if I was aware that the buzzard was really going to be in this area. I guess I saw him when I came in, but I beat this part on my first try. So I immediately just wasted up my rockets on those blue guys. I wasn't thinking much about the boss fight, really. I also knew that the buzzard is, an easy-ass enemy, so I figured I wasn't going to be a problem because, his attacks are very easy to dodge, and some of them don't even have a lot of range, like the laser. So you're basically just going to get behind cover and just, use your lock-on laser and throw all your shit at him. Laser cannon, grenades, whatever you have remaining. Just waste it all up on him. And then when he gets too close, you're going to dash to the other side of the map. And just, just repeat. If you didn't get any other weapon pickups, then you're going to have to use the laser cannon, which, if you took any damage, you're not going to be able to use it. So you have to just not get hit. But it's very easy to avoid his shots from the back of the arena. You should be able to get some laser cannon damage in. It's slow, but it works. Now, of course, as usual, you do have the option if you want to swap out certain weapons. I think there was a chest there. You could fuck around and try to get some other weapons. But whatever you do, under any circumstances, do not get rid of the lock-on laser or the rocket launcher. I recommend having both of those for the tactic that I'm going to be using on the drill bots. The laser cannon, I really wouldn't get rid of either. I mean, I would keep those 3 weapons. Because the laser cannon is good if you need to, when you get in the back, you can take out some of the enemies with the laser cannon when you don't have other weapons. And that's going to be useful to finish up the scragglers in the drill bot sequence once you've dealt with... Even dealing with the last drill bot, it's useful because you can kind of just get real far away and chip his health away with it. So, I mean, I really wouldn't recommend trading out your weapons because sometimes you're not able to get them back easily. Though you could try to weapon farm in one of the chests in the next area and suicide farm for weapons, but I wanted to play it safe. I didn't want to lose those weapons because I knew what I was going to, use it for on the drill bot. So that's why you don't see me swapping out the weapons and fucking around with that. But it is an option if you want to speed this up. You can, grab some other weapons and use them if you want. Just be careful not to lose them. Trying to get the weapons you want in the drill bot area is a pain in the ass because you have to get to one of the chests, and there's tons of snipers. So you're pretty much going to have to clear out the snipers first to even open up one of the chests. So it's just a pain in the ass. I mean, you could probably get your desired loadout if you farm there for long enough and commit suicide. You'll just die. You'll just die after you get the weapons. But it's really not worth it to have to go through all that shit just to for an easy boss fight. You could just use these weapons and beat it easily. So yeah, here there was another rocket launcher. I think the buzzer dropped it. I think those drops are random. I got some pretty good drops in the drillbot fight. I think I got 2 rocket launchers, which definitely helped. But the general strategy was still the same, either way. The main thing really is getting rid of those snipers and then getting some distance between you and the drill bots. But they do close that distance very quickly. But I'll detail that more in that segment. I believe there may be a fight here against another large Argus robot, if I remember right. It's actually, it's an easy fight. I think I beat this on my first try, but, it just took a while because I took cover and I slowly chipped away at its health. But a lot of its attacks can't get beyond the cover. Now, this is a little dangerous rolling around here. I probably should have killed that flying thing that was shooting at me. But, you can roll through here and get to the next checkpoint. This is the next checkpoint, so as long as you get here, you'll respawn here when you die. So, which is what I just did, as you see the edit. So now we have another Argus, which we've dealt with before, but we have a huge arena here and a lot of cover. The cover isn't destructible, the main barriers that I use. The waist-high barriers are not destructible, so you can just kind of hide behind them. The first thing you want to do here, though, is try to get all the regular robots, the Gorgies, dead. Use your lock-on laser to try to clear out as many as you can. You want to kill all of them, because one of them can easily wipe you out when you're trying to fight the Argus. So just make sure you get all of them killed. And once that's done, you have the full arena to boost back and forth and move around. And then all you have to worry about is this guy. Which, there's still a good chance that you can get killed here. But I was able to get lucky enough not to die on this part. I'm sure I did when I got there 9 years ago. So like usual, you can try to lock on, use your rockets for some damage. For some reason, that didn't injure the main core. I guess it didn't lock onto the core. So the rockets here didn't seem to work too great. See, that one got through, I think. So I got some rocket damage there, but you can use those to try to get some good initial damage and take down the first form. The laser cannon works great here because you can just take cover far away from this guy and just take out his health. Just make sure you're hitting that red core. You see these waist-high barriers pretty much protect you from just about every attack he has. Most of them. So you can also use your lock-on laser, whatever ammo you have left. It's going to waste up fast on this because it does very little damage. But you can still utilize it. Because sometimes you have to wait for that laser cannon to charge back up so you can use it during, those periods. So now as long as you're behind that barrier, you shouldn't be taking any damage from those missiles. Now it's his second form and there's no checkpoint here, so you want to you have to beat it in one attempt basically, but so same strategy here as before, wear out all the limbs. And this time I don't know if I wore all the limbs down to a sliver. Last time I wore all 4 of the limbs down to about a sliver of health, and then I finished them off one after another to keep getting them down so he didn't have a chance to get up. But I'm not sure if I did that this time because this was so easy. He really was. He was very little of a threat at this point. So I didn't worry about it too much. I think this may also be dodgeable by just taking, cover in this waist-high barrier. So yeah, very easy. There's very little he can do to you as long as you're, far away from him and you're behind one of those barriers. So here you're just going to shoot the weak point where those red squares are for this little quick time event. The tricky part is when his front is all fucked up, you have to go to his back, I think, to get it, to get his core to expose again. You have to shoot him in the back, I think. So that's a little tricky. It is a little bit of a risk when you go out to try to get under his legs and go behind him, but that's about it. The lightning, I usually just take the hits because it's kind of tricky to dodge. I'm not sure exactly how you avoid getting hit by that little lightning he shoots out. But it doesn't do too much damage. So yeah, once all his limbs are taken off and you finish off the core, you're going to have to go behind him to try to shoot him in the back, it seems. It may have been possible that I could have finished him off right there. I'm not sure. It seemed like I wasn't able to get in enough damage. But if that does happen, then you're going to have to try to get behind him and hit the weak spot on his back. I don't know if that would have been safe because I was so close. I didn't trust it, so I rolled off the barrier. I kind of felt like that shit was going to hit me and kill me. I may have been safe there, but it didn't look safe. I mean, usually, like I said, I try to be very far away from him and behind one of the barriers. So now I'm kind of looking for a weak spot on his front, but it's not. I thought maybe after a certain amount of time it would pop up because there's nowhere to shoot at him on the front to get him to expose himself. So I knew he had a spot on his back, so that's why I went around to the back and I shoot that, take that out. And I think now I was supposed to go immediately to his front so I could shoot the red core, and I was a little bit late on that. So after you take out his back, make sure you immediately move to the front and finish him off. Now he tries to do some cheap shit where he tries to kill you one last time. If that hits you, you'll die. So you'd have to do the whole fight over. So just be ready for his cheap little suicide attack when he does die. So yeah, let's see what's coming up next. I don't actually remember. I completed this act yesterday, but it takes a while to combine the videos, edit them, and make them into a single video, and then add the commentary, all the processing. I'm on Act 5 now, and there's going to be, the final part with the bogies is going to take me, the final boss is going to probably take me an extremely long time to beat, so I don't know when I'm going to have Phase 5 completed with the tutorial. But I'll be working on it regularly, at least a little bit each day. I haven't been putting in tons of time on this game each day because I've been playing a bunch of other games, but this is definitely one of my priorities to complete. So yeah, this is just basic shit. Use your lock-on lasers, same bullshit that we've been doing. One of the reasons I recommend, the main reason I really recommend having the lock-on laser is for those drill bots, but you can see how useful it is on this stage overall. I mean, you save a lot of time having to snipe out all these single enemies when you can just use the lock-on laser and pretty much take them all out very easily. So I think it's, one of the best weapons to have for this stage overall. It's not really good for large enemies. Now you have these bios. Now my method here, this is a hard fight, the bias. My method here was to take out the first one as fast as possible. So that's why you see me immediately focusing on the right one and using all my rockets and shit, then using LFEs. I actually did switch out to the LFE for this fight. I switched out the lock-on laser for the LFE, but what I end up doing is getting my lock-on laser back before I proceed. So I recommend that you do that. You make sure you farm up that proper weapon, get that lock-on. But yeah, the LFEs will stun these bias. They don't do much damage. It does very little damage. It does do a little damage, so it adds up, but I was almost able to kill him in one combo pretty much with the stun grenades, the rockets, and the LFEs. Because the LFEs will stun them in place. It doesn't move them around much. They don't get knocked back like the Romanovs do with the LFEs. So you can't really group them together too well with the LFE. And try to damage them both at the same time with splash damage. It's hard to do that with these guys. Because they don't move much. They're hard to knock back. So once you've done that, now you have access to the entire, length of the arena. And you can take cheap shots at these guys and then retreat. You can also grab the extra LFEs that are lying around and, unload all that on them just to get the damage, because it does add up. If you unleash like the full 10 clip into these guys, you get a decent damage. So it'll stun them in place and they'll have trouble with that. And once you've unleashed all that, see, I'm ready to grab the rocket launcher that the other bias dropped. I've already grabbed that. Now I'm unleashing the rockets on this guy. So I'm also using, I believe, the reload canceling trick, where you can cancel the reloads by switching weapons out while the rocket is reloading and then switching back to the rocket. I believe you can do that with any weapon. And it allows you to fire faster. So something to keep in mind. And that was it, really. So, using that strategy works very well. You can pretty much always take out that right bias if you're aggressive and you use the techniques that I used. You may not get it on each try, but, the left one usually leaves you alone and fights your allies while you focus on the right one. So I found that to be pretty effective. But now, like I said, if you did use the LFE strategy for those guys, make sure you get that lock-on back. You see, I already have my lock-on back. What I did was I farmed it in that first chest at this checkpoint. The checkpoint right after the bias, there's a chest, a weapon chest, right next to that checkpoint. So what I did was I just kept reloading the checkpoint and grabbing the chest and reloading the checkpoint until I got the weapon I wanted. And then once I got the lock-on laser, I committed suicide, let the guys gun me down and kill me. And then I would respawn with the lock-on laser. So you don't even have to commit suicide. Once you get the weapon, you could just proceed as normal if you want. I don't know if I even had to commit suicide. Maybe I just grabbed it and fought as normal. But either way, you want to make sure you have that lock-on laser in that bottom slot or wherever you want to put it. But I do recommend having all three of these weapons for the drill bots coming up. This is another very easy part, where you can just hang back. You don't have to really put yourself in danger. And you can just snipe out all the enemies before moving forward. So really nothing to explain here. You do have to watch out for some of the green gorgies, which are snipers, which will one-shot kill you. So, if you see them, take them out as soon as you can, but don't stand out too, you can stand out in the open and take them out if you know what you're doing, as long as you stun them with a laser, but just be aware. They're easy enough to take out on the reloads as well. After they fire, they have to reload, so it's always an opportunity to take them out. I think I may have gotten hit by a sniper that time. I guess he didn't get me in the head that time, because a lot of times they'll just one hit kill you. So yeah, very easy. But I believe down below is where the drill bot fight is going to take place, and that's the hardest fight. One of the hardest regular fights in the game. So I'm going to have a very specific strategy for this part. Once you get this checkpoint, you should probably commit suicide to get all your ammo back, but you'll probably die anyway. So here's what you want to do. You want to use the lock-on laser behind this wall to take out all those green snipers in the background. You want to take them out immediately. So just blind fire the lock-on laser in their general direction until you get a lock and then release it. Now once all these snipers are gone, get the fuck out of here. Go all the way to the back. Take out this remaining sniper with the lock-on laser. He's not really a sniper, it's a turret guy, but just take him out. Now that you've cleared out all the regular enemies, now you can fight the 3 drill bots alone. And now here I had 2 of them show up at once. I was able to get some good splash damage in. So use up your rockets. If you can group them together, try to do that with the rockets. But if not, just focus on taking out one of them first. And as you reduce their numbers, it gets easier and easier because 3 at once can be tough to counter. But there's usually one that's in the background, fighting with your allies. So usually, you're only going to be dealing with 2 at once. But it's still very dangerous. You see, I took out one of them very quick using the rockets and some of the grenades. And I also did good damage to the other one with some splash damage. Whenever you have them grouped together. And one of them dropped a rocket, so I actually got 2 rocket drops in this fight, which was a really good drop rate. Was lucky. But I missed a lot of the rockets, so it didn't really end up helping me out too much. But yeah, once you're down to one of them, it's very easy. You just got to take your time. It took me a while because I was experimenting with other shitty weapons that I shouldn't have been using. So I did drag it out. But you get the idea. It's very easy once you have one of them. I mean, you've dealt with, 2 of them in the courtyard before at the same time. And so once you got it down to like 2, it's just the same shit you've already dealt with pretty much. The hardest part is initially getting all those snipers out of there and giving yourself some room. If you don't use the lock-on laser to quickly get rid of all the snipers, then it's extremely difficult because they kill you in one hit. And there's a lot of them. So at this point, you can just fuck around with various weapons. I was kind of just fucking around with all these different weapons. I should have just used something more reliable, and I could have taken him out a lot faster. The LFE is very slow from range, so I should have been getting up closer. But yeah, this fight's really not that hard. If you have a strategy like this, you can make it pretty manageable. Here I grabbed the sniper rifle, which it's my least favorite weapon in the game. I just don't like the... every time I zoom it in, it disorientates me. I always get disoriented with that weapon. I don't know why. It's weird to use. It doesn't do a lot of damage either, so it's kind of shitty. Slow firing rate. I would have rather had the anti-armor pistol. That would have been a better thing to grab. I think I do end up grabbing that later. Just be aware that he'll go to your last position and fuck you up if you're not paying attention to where he's at. But yeah, once I get this anti-armor pistol, then it's pretty much done. You can also, of course, get that melee damage in if you want to smack him, but I was just playing it safe. Because, that does drain your shields, which is dangerous on this fight. It makes you move slower as well. When your shields are drained, you also roll a lot slower, so it's kind of shitty. So yeah, now the next checkpoint here is a tank fight, which can be tough, obviously, because you got snipers again. But there's an easy trick for this. I use my cigarette here, and then I use a stun grenade to get to this back area. I throw it while sliding, of course. You know that trick by now if you beat the hill. But, yeah, and I have my rocket launcher because I got all my ammo back. So now I use the rocket launcher to shoot the back of the tank, which does massive damage. You could probably kill the tank in like 3 rocket shots if you land them all on that red spot. I think the third one I didn't get in on the back of the tank, but or actually I wasted it on this flying guy. I tried to hit him with it just to get rid of him. But yeah, from back here you got a lot of room to fuck around with these guys and take them out. Just roll and dodge, and try to take them out. Use your stun grenades if you need them, or regular stun grenade hand grenade combo works well. You stun them and then grenade them if you don't have any ammo. But you should have the anti-armor pistol, which is great for taking these kind of guys out. Take this sniper out because he'll one-shot kill you, so just be aware of that. Once you have this area kind of clear, you can just kind of focus on taking out and finishing off the tank and wiping out the remaining bogies. I edited out a pause menu here because my controller desynced with the system for some reason. And luckily it paused the game and it didn't, just let me stand there and get killed. So that was good, but it was irritating. Yeah, so now you can just focus on taking shots at the tank when you get a chance and finishing it off. The reason I use the cigarette in the beginning is because it's even more effective than stun grenades a lot of times. It makes the enemies all fire in the direction of the cigarette for a while. It gives you enough time to bust through an area, and get back here. I've explained about the cigarettes before, but you have 3 of them, and the way you use them is by taking cover and then hitting LB, which is the thrust button while you're in cover. That'll waste the cigarette. And as long as you don't get interrupted and able to throw the cigarette out, then it will waste the cigarette, but it gives you the effect of the cigarette, which is to have all the enemies shoot towards it. And if you do waste all 3 cigarettes, because they do permanently waste, you can go out to the title screen and reload, but I don't recommend doing that here because you would have to go back too far by using the stage select. There is another trick, though. If you go out to the title screen, as you're dying, if you pause the game and exit out to the title screen, and then go back to continue, and it'll bring you back to your checkpoint again. If you do that, I think you get your cigarettes back. I saw somebody do it. I didn't try it myself, but that is another way to get your cigarettes back if you need them for that one part, or for any part in the game, really. But yeah, this part's easy if you get to the back. Much easier than the drill bots. So now you've already pretty much, beaten the stage for the most part. There's nothing here that's too challenging after this point. It's all pretty easy. Act 5 is where you're going to run into some of the real challenges. I mean, burns can be difficult as well, but the real difficulty is going to be the bogey fight with the 2 final bosses at the same time. It's insanely difficult, so that's going to be really the part that determines if you complete the game. I'm not even sure which strategy I'm going to use this time around, because years ago I used a very risky strategy that I ended up winning with, but it meant I had to deplete my armor 6 times by using melee attacks comboed with rockets and stun grenades. But it put me at extreme risk. It was extremely dangerous. So I don't know if I'm going to try to do it that way again. I may just try, a shotgun type of method mixed with some other shit. I'm definitely not going to have any kind of easy strategy for that part. It's going to take, anyone. It's going to be hundreds and hundreds of deaths, most likely, who's not familiar with it. Most players are not even going to stick with that part because it's just, it's so fucking frustrating. It's like a brick wall. So that's why it's pretty much a run killer. I mean, on the leaderboards, you'd have thousands of people who got to the final bosses, but you'd only have maybe like 80 or 90 people who actually beat it. So it's one of those parts that's really going to determine if you complete the game. But it is doable. We have, of course, with enough patience and perseverance of playing the part and trying to learn as much as you can. So yeah, this is another very easy part. This is just some cleanup, like usual. The only remaining, slight challenge left in this stage is going to be the Crystal Viper fight, but it's a pretty damn easy fight. But, it may take a few tries. I just stayed back here until, the arena was mostly clear. And then I started cleaning up some of the guys. I got a little closer in here and cleaned up some of the enemies. And then when there was maybe like one enemy left, I think I went down and finished them off. The main threats are those blue guys that jump around a lot. The blue ones are a little bit tougher, but they're not a problem if you just stay up here. They can't really do shit. I don't think they can even come up here. So yeah, at this point, I jump down and finish up whatever's remaining. I think that my team just killed them off. So now you have the Crystal Viper, which is a boss, but it's very easy. I start off with a melee rocket combo. And I waste up all my rockets to start off the fight, which takes off nearly half of his health, from the start. I also wasted up all my grenades, which didn't seem to land too well. But if you use a stun grenade and then follow it up with a hand grenade, it can get good damage. So use those. Use melee attacks whenever they charge, try to kick him if you want. It's better to stun him and then kick him because sometimes he will hit you when you're coming at him for a melee. If you see him rushing you, if he's charging at you from across the screen, you can mash X and counter it. But his regular swipe will just damage you, can kill you. But you can use your anti-armor pistol to get some extra damage in. And melee attacks, stun grenades as you have them. There's weapons that you can pick up around the arena. You don't really have to worry about losing your weapons here as far as, you don't want to really get rid of your rocket launcher, but you can get rid of some of your weapons if you want. You don't need them now because this is the only part left for this act. And in the next act, you should be able to get whatever weapons you want from the chests. So yeah, there's still actually a little bit left of the stage, but it's very little. You're going to have an anti-gravity segment. You're going to fight some of those unknowns. I think you only fight one of them, but they're really easy. I have a method that I show here to take it out. And pretty much one combo. It doesn't even have a chance to attack. So, if you keep my weapon loadout for that fight, you'll be able to do exactly what I did pretty easily. Pretty much make it so that there is no fight. It's just you kill it right away. Yeah, so in this part, you are just going to be fighting some regular enemies, just easy shit. You can even waste up your rockets on some of these fights because you get a decent amount of checkpoints, so you don't have to be conservative. If you die, you'll get your rockets back and shit. So. I believe there's a large Romanov that appears here, but if you saved up your rocket, you can just take it out very easily. Unload three rockets into it will kill it. Or just finish it off. From this point on, the lock-on laser is not going to have much use. Not in this area, anyway. And for most of the fifth act, I don't think it's going to be too useful either. So yeah, you have some easy enemies yet again. For that group that spawns, just, greet them with a rocket blast and you'll just kill them all right away. Very easy. And now you have the final part of this little section where you fight the unknown boss again. And for that, it's going to be a very quick method of just eliminating it pretty much immediately before it can attack. So just, pay attention to what I do here. So what I do is you get a checkpoint here so you can respawn with all this shit. I use the rocket. And immediately I throw a stun grenade as it spawns. Then I rocket it in the red area. And then I rocket it again. Then I rocket the red point again. And that's most of it. Then I follow up with a melee attack. Another stun grenade and just waste up all my hand grenades, and that finishes it off. And it doesn't have a chance to do anything, so you don't even have to fight it normally if you do that. So very easy. And now you're going to be going into the final act. Welcome to the final act of the tutorial. So yeah, this is going to be where things start to get a little bit insane, especially near the end of this act. The main thing is going to be fighting Burns. The final phase of Burns is extremely difficult. For some reason, it took me around 5 hours, 58 minutes to beat that final checkpoint, which is really probably due to my stubbornness of using the machine gun for shooting at Burns, which was probably a bad idea. Once I switched to the anti-armor pistol, it wasn't much longer before I finally did beat him. And I also, my good friend the Ripper 999 just completed this game again, and he ended up using the LFE weapon to interrupt Burns when he rushes in. So after watching his video, I decided to try that, and that worked much more consistently for me than the shotgun. So I'll detail all that when I show that part of the video. For this part, I like to throw a stun grenade in this room. I slide to this room real fast, throw a stun grenade in here, and then I use the anti-armor pistol to just clean up and shoot some of the guys down. It's hard to throw a hand grenade in here and get good results because of the table being in the way, and a lot of the enemies are not really that visible in there because of the table. So I like to just peek around that corner and pop them off with the anti-armor pistol after stunning them all. A few headshots will wipe them all out. Then you can get on, once all the enemies are cleared in that room, you can get on the turret and you have a free kill right here. This is very easy. You just shoot at this thing. You're not really in any danger once you've cleared out those enemies. Now, some enemies may try to come in, so just be aware of that. But it's extremely easy. I use a few rockets to finish him off because the turret ran out of bullets. But that's what's good about having a rocket launcher on hand as one of your primary weapons. That's why I recommend the loadout I have. Though we're going to be dropping the laser cannon soon because it becomes completely useless once Burns appears. It's pretty much useless for that. So now you have a few Romanovs and some enemies. You have a lot of cover here that you can move around between. So I believe you get a checkpoint after the buzzard anyway, so you'll get your rockets back if you die. So, just waste up all your rockets on one of the Romanovs. It'll take it out, pretty much. You can finish it off with a few pistol shots to finish it off. And there may be a few scraggler enemies, but they're easy to take out. I mean, you can stay really far back and just snipe them out, so it's not a problem. Now, for the final boss, I've mentioned already in previous episodes of the tutorial that the final boss is by far the hardest thing in the game. For some reason, the final boss, the first checkpoint of the final boss, because the second checkpoint is very easy, but the first checkpoint only took me about 3 hours and 33 minutes to beat on the bogey this time. And Burns took me like 6 hours. But I still consider the bogies to be much, much harder. I was just, for whatever reason, I was much better at managing the bogies this time around. And I used a very risky method that I used 9 years ago, and I was able to pull it off. Which I'll explain it, but I've never seen it demonstrated before. So while it's not a great method to use in a tutorial, because it's not the easiest thing to do, obviously, it'll at least show something different that hasn't been shown before. I haven't seen videos of it before, so I think the method will be interesting. I actually found out about the method a long time ago. Like 9 years ago in a forum, I read about it, but I had never seen anybody demonstrate it. And I don't know if anyone's ever really done that method for the entire fight as the only real means of attack. So it's basically a combo that I'll explain later. You'll see it when I do it, but I'll try to explain best I can. It's going to be hard because there's so much going on in that bogey fight. And there's no easy way around it. It's brutal no matter how you play it. I like the method I use because it's a quicker way to take out the bogey, but it comes with a lot of risks because you don't have armor most of the time. Since you use melee attacks, you strip your armor, and your movement is slowed down. So, yeah, it's definitely not a safe way to play. So after you clear out these guys, which you can do from a distance, there's really not much to explain there. You're going to go up to this panel, and I believe you get a checkpoint right here. So now that you got the checkpoint, you're going to defuse one of the bombs. The first one here, just defuse it or place it. And now there's going to be a bias enemy that appears on the end of this corridor. You don't have to fight it at all, so I'll show you how to kill it without fighting it. Set this bomb immediately. Now go back to the crate and just wait behind the crate for the... that's edited there because that was a checkpoint. Now go behind the crate. Wait for this bias to get to about the middle of the room where the bomb is. And as soon as he gets around that area, you're going to stun grenade him. And you have to leave very quickly. So now slide around this corner. And you want to do it very fast. And hit X immediately so you get right into that panel. And then jump into this room and now detonate the bomb. As soon as your feet touch that room, detonate the bomb. If you're not in that room, you'll die from the blast. But as soon as your feet go in that room, you can detonate it by hitting LS and RS. Both analog buttons. And you'll kill the bias as well. So you don't have to fight it. Otherwise, it would be a close area to fight the bias, and that could definitely be a pain in the ass. So yeah, very easy turret section here. You can kind of just fuck around and just clean out these guys. There's really no risk. It's just more of a fun little thing. So yeah, I'll try to explain more of the bogey strategies in the meantime because, like I said, I'm not going to have time to explain all that during the fight. It's only a 2-minute fight for me since I do a very fast but high-risk method. So yeah, for the bogies, it's mostly about awareness on the radar, and being pretty familiar with their attacks and how to dodge it, obviously. But you don't ever want them to get behind you or to your side. You really have to watch the radar. I was able to do it mostly this time just by watching them, but I still used the radar as a reference. When I wasn't sure where they were, I would take a quick look at the radar, which is in your top right corner, and they show up as red dots, so you can see where they are in relation to you. And it helps when they're not always visible because they fly really high in the air sometimes and you cannot see them. So it's hard to keep track of both of them. But yeah, 9 years ago when I did the bogies, I believe a rough estimate, it probably took me somewhere like 10 to 20 hours to beat that one checkpoint. Now, I might be way off with that estimate, but that's what it felt like. I didn't record back then, so I don't really know how long it took, but it took days. And this time I beat it in 3.5 hours. So I think, I had become a much better player since then, but this time around, I also knew what to expect. I knew that this was going to be, potentially, I thought it was going to be much harder than it was for me this time. But I managed it relatively easily. I almost beat it within my first hour and 6 minutes. I almost defeated the bogey. So I was surprised by that. I thought that I didn't think I was going to get anywhere close for a long time. But I think I was less stubborn this time. I actually used the shotgun to shoot down the satellites that overheat your suit, which I wouldn't have done in the past. I was very stubborn in the past and would just grind the method until I got through kind of mindlessly. So I think, I've become a much more adaptable player and just better. So that's helped a lot. So I expect that from most players, a majority of players, these bogeys are going to probably be a complete brick wall and prevent most people from finishing the game. Because you could see that on the leaderboards back then where there was only like 80 or 90 people on the leaderboard that completed the final act. Whereas before that you had thousands of people who got to the bogeys, but then it was narrowed down to about 90. So it's one of those parts that really separates who's going to beat the game. So don't be frustrated if it seems impossible. Just it takes a long time to get into the flow with it. Now we fought Crystal Viper before, so this is not a new fight. So there won't be anything new to explain. Now, I played very aggressively using the shotgun, rockets, and stun grenades, as you can see. Most of his attacks are very easy to dodge. If you see him running towards you, get ready to mash X because you can counter that move and do some damage to him as well. Sometimes I will actually I will mash X if he's far away from me, just so that if he does appear from out of the ground, I'll already be mashing X and countering his move. So you can do that preemptively as well, just to be safe. But when he does that move where he shoots shit out everywhere, you can kind of just strafe around him and shoot at him. When you damage him enough, sometimes he will go in a stunned state where you can do extra damage like that. So take advantage of it. I was able to take him out very fast, just being very aggressive with, shotgun grenades, stun grenades, and rocket launcher. And the melee attacks. If you set all that up well, you can kind of chain it all together, and he doesn't have a chance to do much. That fight probably took me around 30 minutes. It wasn't as quick and painless as it looks here, but it's relatively easy, for what this game has to offer. The game ended up taking me about 25 hours and 23 minutes for the whole game on God Hard. I started on God Hard using a cheat code to unlock God Hard. So if you want to consider that cheating, you can. But I didn't want to play through normal again. I've already beaten this game on, previous Xbox 360. I beat it, and I beat normal God Hard. I've gone through the game a few times on the lower settings. So for this version, I went straight to God Hard, and I had to learn the hard way because, of course, I forgot how to play the game 9 years later, so I had to learn everything again. But it didn't take me too long to get back into it. So now this guy's a pain in the ass, Robert Burns. He has multiple checkpoints and phases. So the thing with him is the main focus is really taking out the Marines that are with him. They're going to spawn in very sneaky ways as you move up to try to kill you. So once you know their spawns, you'll be prepared for that. So yeah, take out the first batch of Marines. And then you can hang back here and unleash some of your rockets and shit on him just to get some damage if you can lock them on. Damaging him is not really that important because once he gets to a low amount of damage, the door's open and he goes out to that back area. And that's all you really need to get him to do for this part is go out to the back. So once he's damaged enough, he's going to go out all the way to the back where that lift is. What the game wants you to do is run out there and follow him to the lift. But if you do that, you'll get annihilated. So what you want to do... I like using the laser cannon still up until this point to take out the Marines. I find it pretty useful for taking them out. It is risky, though, because it drains your armor, of course. And you may be waiting around a lot for it to charge again, since you can't use it, obviously, when your armor's not fully charged. So it can be tedious. You may want to use a machine gun or something like boost machine gun or something else. But you get the idea. You want to use long-ranged attacks. And when the Marines get close, switch to your shotgun and just pop them off. Most of them are not going to get through that doorway, though. You're going to be able to kill most of them before they can get through. The thing you need to be careful about for this checkpoint is as you move forward, enemies are just going to pop down out of the ceiling, basically. So you'll see what I mean. See? Or not out of the ceiling, but they kind of just come out of nowhere. So just there's two of them that spawn up as soon as you move. So take these two guys out. And eventually you can move into this room, but you want to clear these assholes out first. And once you move a little farther into this room, be aware that the door is going to close behind you. So you don't want to get too close to the Marines until you've cleared out most of them, because then you're going to get locked in with like 6 Marines or whatever it is. And that's going to be a freak show, so try to avoid that. I mean, you could probably use grenades and stuff to deal with them, but it's a dangerous situation. Now, there's some asshole back here. I think it might be a sniper or something, or a guy basically will kill you in one shot, it seems. So if you see any Marines, see that Marine really far back? I think there may be one that's really far in the back. I'm not sure if I took him out yet. Just make sure you clear them out. Look for them, because if you see any heads in the background, pop them off, because some of them will one-shot kill you. That's why I'm playing this so safely, because I was getting one-shot killed in this area, which is very annoying. It's just a tedious part. But if you take your time, it's not hard. It's just you just have to take your time and take out all these guys. You don't want to push forward too much at any one time. You get too aggressive and you'll get surrounded and killed. But once you've taken out all the Marines, you can kind of approach cover to cover and safely get to that lift. You still got to be careful with Burns shooting at you, but it's very easy to get past him once the Marines are dead. I did edit out a really, really long sequence of me firing at Burns with the laser cannon for many, many minutes. It's at like around the final checkpoint. I edited it out because it's completely useless to show. I mean, there's no benefit to what I did because I ended up dying anyway, and I had to fight Burns with his health, some of his health replenished at the checkpoint, and all the Marines being alive again, and I was trapped in the room. Most people are going to end up trapped in the room with Burns and 6 Marines in a small room. And it can be a nightmare to deal with, but I do have a strategy. It's not going to be easy. Like I said, it took me near 6 hours for that final checkpoint. But I do have a strategy. You just have to grind it out. Eventually you should break through with the strategy I used. But I have nothing to offer to make Burns or the bogies especially manageable or easy fights. I really can't offer that much in a tutorial with that, I don't have any shortcuts. I mean, my method does high damage, but it's also extremely dangerous on the bogey, so it's a trade-off. Not everyone is gonna be comfortable with that because you'll die much faster with low armor. So, even Wang, who I talked to, one of the top players of the game, said that the method I use is really not a good method. I mean, it's not a viable method or a safe method. It's really, really dangerous. So I mean, it's not something that most players are using at all because it's a weird way to do the fight. It's a little strange. I always have a weird play style. So, but I mean, I think I'd rather show my own technique than try to play it the way that everybody else is doing it. So I figured I would just grind it out and do my old technique again. And that old technique fit my playstyle really good, so I think it was a lot easier for me to do my old strategy than to try to do someone else's. I was never very good at fighting the bogies with the shotgun. Maybe I need more practice with that. I've seen the shotgun really, really destroy the bogies, but I just didn't practice that enough. I pretty much went straight to my old method. So if I put more time in, I probably could have got some good extra damage with the shotgun and made it easier, but just never did that. For this part, you're basically just going to be take cover on these walls as the lift moves. Try not to be vulnerable and just try to take out the Marines first, because they're the ones who are going to be doing all the extra damage to you. But yeah, sometimes these tutorials are limited because it's just going to come down to skill and some luck, but a lot of skill with the bogies. I mean, there's really no way to just get through on luck or some kind of cheap strategy. This is really just my playthrough, my second playthrough of God Hard mode, and me just adding commentary and trying to break everything down that I did. I never really did things differently for the sake of a tutorial, which is, normally the case with my playthroughs. So yeah, once you get rid of the Marines, and I think once Burns' health is down to a certain point, you'll go into the next checkpoint here. So for this checkpoint, it's going to be similar. You're going to want to take out the Marines in this room. First, there's going to be I believe, 2 of them initially. 2 of them in Burns. So you want to take out the 2 Marines first. If you still have the laser cannon, you can use it. You just have to wait a long time for it to recharge. But I'll be dumping the laser cannon once I get into the final room, which is the main checkpoint for Burns, the final checkpoint for Burns. I call it the main one because that was the one that I spent 6 hours on, basically. So yeah, as you move forward a little bit, more Marines do pop in, so don't go all the way down after you kill the first 2 Marines. Just move forward a little bit. Trigger the spawn, and then kill them again, because you can do so pretty safely from behind this barrier. So now move down again. I believe there's going to be 2 more Marines that spawn when you get closer to that crate. Maybe not. Probably already killed them. Those were probably the 2 that I was thinking of. So what you're going to do here is don't rush in when Burns is close to you. Just leave him alone. Hit him with a few rockets if you want to move him back. I think if you damage him, he may go away. I think he leaves and goes to the back of the room anyway, but you may have to damage him a certain amount to open that final back door. I think that's what I just did. Yeah, I think by damaging, I got him to open that back door and leave. So once you've damaged him enough and he leaves, Be very careful in here because Marines are going to just pop out of the pillars, see? 4 of them just pop out, and that can easily kill you. So have your grenades ready, or if you have any rockets, use those. Use your stun grenades, regular grenades. Have all that shit ready. And if you need to, pop the remaining ones off with the shotgun. It's easy when you know what to expect. You just got to be ready for that or you'll get killed. Now for this part, you can clear out all the Marines before entering the room with Burns. But I edited that out because I did that, and I ended up dying in the room anyway with Burns, even when Burns was alone, because I didn't know how to fight Burns well enough at that point. So, but if you are familiar with the game, then you can take the Marines out first. So what I just did here was very quick, so let me explain. I took out all 6 Marines with 3 hand grenades. So rewind it and watch it. Watch where I throw the 3 hand grenades. I threw them out very rapidly in 3 different positions. Now by doing that, there's a chance that I'll kill all the Marines by just the 3 hand grenades. Because I don't want to use any of my rockets on the Marines. The only way I'll hit a Marine with a rocket is if the Marine is close to Burns. And I had some Marines that survived my initial grenade barrage. So the 3 grenades is intended to take out all the Marines. If I don't take all of them out, or if there's more than 2 of them left, I always restart the checkpoint. So I just keep doing it until I get all the Marines. And then what I do is I stay in this area. Now, if the hand gets on you, it's not really dangerous. You can actually regenerate your health while this struggle's going on. Just rotate your ammo. I didn't really care about dodging the hand too much because it gave me time to heal. And when he gets close, when he tries to rush in around this corner, use the LFE to interrupt him, and it'll knock him back, and then he'll usually just leave after you do that. So that's why I have the LFE for this fight. You can get all the weapons you want in this room by grabbing them and committing suicide. But just use the LFE when he comes around that corner. That's the only time I use it. It doesn't really do damage on him. So be aware of his positioning and use the anti-armor pistol to get headshots in whenever you can. Do not shoot at his body. Just go for headshots. That's going to do the most damage. And then I finish him off with a melee attack. But you can see, I dodge most of his stuff by just staying behind that counter. And I pop up to shoot him in the head whenever I have an opening. Or when he drinks, you can get a few headshots in. He drinks his liquor or whatever it is. And when he comes around that corner, just use the LFE to interrupt him. And if you keep doing that, he'll just stay in that pattern. And it'll be very predictable. You can also interrupt him with the shotgun, but it's trickier to knock him back with that. It doesn't always go through. But that's the basic strategy. And of course, to get the weapons you want, there is crates in that room. You just got to use a stun grenade and slide to the crate and just keep trying to grab the weapons and dying. And eventually when you die, you'll respawn with whatever weapon you last grabbed. So just look at the loadout I had and mimic my loadout for that fight. Anti-armor pistol, LFE, and rocket launcher. Now for this is the hardest fight in the game. And this should have took me the longest, but this one only took 3.5 hours this time. So let me try to explain this again. Throw out a stun grenade. Slide to the pink bogey. Trigger the melee attack, sliding melee. Lock on while in midair. When you hear the beep of the lockout, immediately fire the rocket. That's the combo. You're going to repeat that multiple times to beat the, maybe 6 times, depending. But whenever you hear aim carefully, the blue bogey is going to send out these drones that will overheat your suit, which is really bad for this strategy because you have to wait longer to heal before you can use your melee. So you want to shotgun those drones as soon as they pop out. If you shoot them fast enough, you can blind fire and shoot 2 drones with 1 shot and kill them immediately as soon as they come out. If you wait a little bit longer, you have to shoot both drones individually with the shotgun. And you can do it with blind fire. You still aim, but you're using the right trigger hip fire with the shotgun to take out those drones. If you do that, you will prevent your suit from overheating. So aside from that, you're going to be grabbing rockets and stun grenades in the arena as you run out by sliding over them and holding RB as you're sliding over so that the command is buffered and you just grab it. You're not going to stand there and grab anything or you'll probably die. You want to do it as you're either rolling or sliding. You want to have that RB held down so that you grab what you're rolling after. And of course, you're going to have to know where everything's located. There's 9 EMPs for this fight, stun grenades. So you have 3 in your inventory, and then there's 6 more on the field. And there's also another rocket pickup. So you're going to have 6 rockets in total to use for this strategy. Now, if you trigger the sliding melee attack just a little bit early, you'll sometimes get double melee damage. At least that's how I think it's done. I found this glitch many years ago. It's rare that I get it, but I try to do the melee attack a little bit early. And sometimes I get double damage. But yeah, this is a tough one to explain because you really need to use the radar. You have to use those walls, but the cover does go down a lot. Where, you just have an open field. And the best thing you can do then is try to just hold down the roll button and roll through and use your invincibility frames from the roll and hope you don't get hit. But you mostly want to be behind barriers and walls or moving to grab shit. But you got to do it very safely. It's very hard to pull off. It takes a lot of awareness, and you really can't. That's not something you can teach in a tutorial. It's going to take, don't be concerned if it takes you many hours. Like I said, this fight, that first checkpoint took me, 10 to 20 hours maybe 9 years ago. It's just a guess. This time only 3.5 hours, but I've improved a lot since then. So now you have just a single bogey, which it took me about 15 minutes to beat this. It's a little tricky, but after what you just beat, this is not going to be a challenge at all. The bogey moves much faster, and you want to use your stun grenades, and you can still do the same combo that I've been doing. The stun grenade, slide into a melee, and then use your rocket while in midair. Now, when you do those rockets, you want to fire the rocket as soon as you hear that lock-on beep. If you do it a little bit too late or a little bit too early, the rocket will not connect. It is very precise. But it's easy enough to do once you've done that combo so many times from dying. I actually restart the checkpoint a lot on that fight if I don't land both the rocket and the melee attack combo on my first try. I will just reset immediately. Luckily on the Xbox One Series X, the load times are only about 3 seconds, so reloading is fast on that. It helps. But the reason I said to target the pink bogey first in the previous fight is because the pink bogey is the sniper bogey, and for whatever reason, I was able to get it down on the ground more. And but try, if that's not working for you, try the purple bogey, because the pink bogey does perch up on the ledges more often than the purple one. So sometimes you can't drop him from the air because if you stun him, he'll just be up on his ledge and he won't come down. You want access to the bogey to where it's flying around a lot, so you can use the stun grenade to knock it out of the air and then do your combo that I mentioned. So yeah, hopefully that explains it. If you need any clarification, just let me know. But you have a higher boost meter in this fight, so this is going to be an easier version of what we just did. So not much no reason to really explain that again. It does move a lot faster, so you have to do your stun grenades a little earlier. But yeah, probably not much else to explain about the bogies. It's really going to take a lot of fucking attempts, man. It's brutal. I mean, when I played it, it was one of the hardest parts I ever played in a game by far. And I had done a lot of extreme modes back then, and 40 million points in the Ninja Gaiden Black mission mode. I'd done a lot of extreme shit with games, but at that point. But this was really up there as one of the hardest parts I've ever beaten. And now it's harder to say because, like I said, I beat it a lot faster than I expected. But yeah, after this is done, you're just going to headshot this guy, and then you've beaten the game. There is some credit sequence where you shoot the names of the developers, but you don't even have to participate in that. So yeah, thanks for watching, and let me know if you have any questions. If you want any more clarification, I tried to go in as much detail as I could with the fights. It's hard to cover it in the running time of the tutorial, but I think I covered most of it. It's mostly just going to be a lot of practice and frustration and constant deaths. So just be ready for that. Like I said, it's when I got to it, I took 2 months off from the entire game when I got to the bogies because it was just so fucking hard. I felt like I hit a brick wall back then. But, with time and persistence, you can learn it. There are people who actually listen to the vocal cues because the bogies will give off certain vocal cues. They say certain phrases before their attacks. I actually didn't memorize that shit. I probably should have. The only one I'm familiar with is when he says, aim carefully, he's going to send out those satellite probes that overheat your suit. And if you allow those to linger around and overheat your suit, you're going to have to wait a long time for your meter to refill so you can do your melee attack again. Which is essential for the combo I use. I need to have my boost meter full to be able to do my melee attacks, to do those combos. Otherwise, I'm just waiting around, which is very, very dangerous in that fight. So, use the shotgun to take out those satellites. But aside from that, I just looked at what was on screen, and I was able just to negotiate everything by just watching where all the shots were going and staying behind the barriers and constantly moving. And, using that radar is huge, too. Like, to have an awareness of where the enemies are when you don't see them, because it's easy to lose track. Thanks for watching.